And we are now live. I can't wait any longer. 24 minutes to wait is not going to happen.
Oh, it's been more than 4 hours.
Well, we've got a lot ahead of us here. We need to get to work. And there's nobody here to watch anyways, so it's okay. We can go live.
I'm just not sure I was going to wait anymore for you. I had to push you to do it soon.
Yeah. YouTube started talking to me. Go away, YouTube. Okay.
Go away, YouTube audience.
Go away, YouTube audio.
Come back, audience. Yeah, that's the
people.
word. Those are the words.
Those are the people. All right. Let's get started. Because ideally, somebody may want to watch through this later on and say, how do I build an MK3? Well,
how does a one-legged man build a 3D printer?
One leg.
Good morning, Llama.
Hey, it's the Llama. Winamp. All right. Assembly instructions. We're going to need those.
For Mark 3S Plus.
We have a basics of 3D printing guide. This was part of the Black Friday deal. This is a free download available on the Prusa website. And having looked through this little booklet earlier this week, I cannot recommend reading this enough for somebody who's getting into 3D printing, who's interested in 3D printing. It has everything. It's a delightful book. We have a congratulations.
Llama says Prusa Mark III. So easy, even a monkey can build it. Sorry, couldn't help it.
Even a monkey can build it. That's true. Oh, apparently I get to 3D print this Jeep if I want. There's like a QR code and a download link and stuff.
That was on the Prusa Live a few weeks ago as well. It looks like an interesting Jeep.
Then there's the 3D printing handbook, which is basically your user manual for your MK3. Not as insightful for new users as this handbook is, or the 3D Basics book, because the Basics books covers Cartesian, Delta, MK3, non-MK3, extrusion widths, multipliers, like terminology. So when you're saying extruder, everyone's like, what do you mean extruder? This is what it's telling you. I have some spare parts that I bought.
Llama wants to know, so you're not in the basement? What, did I let you upstairs? No, he's still in the basement. He's just in a room next door.
Through that wall, Llama, is my office. This is the kids' play area and the kids' desk that I'm not allowed to live at. I'm not allowed in this room
permanently
for my hobby, right? Lightspeed. Hi, buddy. So there is an additional order is here.
They sent you separate gummy bears?
No, that's the
Super Pinda for the other printer.
Super Pinda MK3 mini upgrade. So that is going to be another day. I will update the mini, but I will not be live streaming that because that's, quite frankly, it's some zip ties, a couple plugs, and a screw. And you're done. Okay. Y-axis. Oh, and before we get too far into it, because it's going to be brought up, this is the satin sheet. I was fortunate enough to be one of the first 300 people on Black Friday, so I received a free satin sheet with my order. Also received a free roll of Galaxy Black PETG, a bunch of other filament, and a hoodie that I bought on my own.
As I understand it, that satin sheet is somewhere between the smooth PEI and the textured powder-coated. It's a powder-coated sheet, but not as textured.
Yes, it is. It is texture, but it is not textured, if that makes any sense. Okay, the candy. As anybody remembers from the last live stream, I don't eat the candy during the build. Power supply. The wonderful filament, the silver PLA that comes free with the printer. This particular spool is not Prusa Mint. This is manufactured by Filament PM, but it's still a fantastic little filament. I used it to build a lot of stuff.
Just a second, Jordan. Renee just popped into our chat and says that we're echoing. So let's see if we can get Tom to confirm that, or if it's just
Uh-oh. Llama would have yelled at me if we were echoing.
You would think.
Echo? Okay, Lightspeed says we're not echoing, so it's a Renee problem. And Llama does make a good point there. It's 400 grit sandpaper texture, not 80 grit sandpaper texture. That's fair. Well, you know what? Let me just take a look at something real quick, because...
Let me check.
Well, it could very well be me. Because... maybe it was me.
Well, I think she may have had 2 streams running as well.
Well, it could also be the video capture devices on, because I just added some webcams to my laptop here earlier.
We posted a link to this in the Discord as well as YouTube, and she had both playing.
Well, I've just adjusted it too to make sure that I guaranteed that the audio input is from this, not camera 1, camera 2, desk laptop that I don't know much about yet.
Got it.
So I've adjusted. Okay.
Better to check early on.
Yeah. All right. We've got some MK3s plastic parts, orange. This is the MK3s fasteners. This big giant box will be the...
Should be your frame.
The frame,
carriage.
The bed's carriage, and whatever the heated bed and the textured sheet that I ordered with the printer.
Okay.
We're going to put that back there. We have a motor kit. And we have a tube containing texture sleeve and threaded rods. Or not threaded rods, smooth rods, sorry. And that's it. That's all that's in the box. Now, for anyone that doubts, this box saw a little bit of love on its way across the country.
Not sure love is the right word there, but yes, it was definitely well mangled.
Yeah, but everything inside, spoiler alert, I've already opened this. I've looked. Everything, there's nothing damaging or anything like that. Part of the problem is this package goes in the bottom corner, which gives it a smooth edge. So when it gets banged on something, it's
got room to smush.
It's got room to smush. So there we go.
There we go. Good morning, Chris Travis.
You also get yourself some lovely stickers.
Some stickers.
Stickerizings. Now this was in the box somewhere. I can't remember exactly where. It did get a little smushed. But they've updated some steps from the book, and they're just telling you, here's the updated steps. I'm probably going to end up using the online or the book for the most part. Kind of, if there's a hurdle, then we'll refer to the book or to the manual. Sorry, online. I like that they've included this.
Mm-hmm.
We've discussed in the past that some people don't realize that there's an updated version online,
or that there is an online version.
I just want to tell you guys, read the manual, because the very first thing on the inside cover actually tells you there's an online manual, up to date. And And
Travis, the updated steps will always be online first. It's easiest for them to publish that there. They use a Dozuki system that works really well for that kind of stuff. It's easy for them to update, so that's always going to be the most up to date. It's just really nice that they decided to throw in this appendix to the printed book,
especially
for the people
because
who don't want to go online.
So this is an MK3s Plus. We're talking a few week old printer. So this book has been created for the Plus kit entirely. It is not just a sticker on the box that's added. It is the full thing. Now the instructions are 99.9% the same. There's a few changes when we start doing the bed clips. Those are different. There's some instructional differences with the what's the word I'm looking for? Printed parts. Those have a little bit of difference, and that's about it. Bob, I can't believe you didn't remind me. I got to get something to clean the bearings.
You can't take me anywhere.
Because we're going to lube these ones as we build them this time.
Well, if you're going to get something to clean the bearings, you might want to get something to lube them with as well.
I'm on it.
And Justin joined us in chat and says, "Don't light it on fire." And we leave that for him.
No, we are not that kind of people.
Peter Solomon, hello.
Hey, wham bam, Peter. All right. I think
HVAC A to Z. Hey, I got that out in one try.
Sergio! Hey, Peter, look. My chubness hasn't stretched out the shirt too much.
I don't have a nice Wham Bam shirt, so I have to wear the Alien 3D one.
You get what you get, Bob. All right. I'm just going to jump ahead here.
Clean the bearings to start with.
We're going to get the bearings soaking to start.
Yep.
Anyone who hasn't built a Prusa, all the packages are labeled with what's inside, the screws that are attached. So worst case scenario, if you're like, oh, I need an M18, you can this picture is to scale. But it is fantastic because you can just get what you need. Away you go. All right. That should actually be all the bearings. There's always a spare parts bag as well. Everything is nice and labeled. And the biggest recommendation I can tell you, don't go opening all the boxes at once.
Correct. All the bags are labeled with which steps you need them in, which part of the manual you're going to be in to use them. It's also subdivided very well.
Yeah, it really is. It's actually quite a lovely experience. And they are now all using Mizumi rods and bearings. Well, bearings at least. The rods they're not labeled. How do you know? So let's see. Oof. This grease or whatever they got on them.
The assembly lube, yeah.
Yeah, dude, like.
Yeah.
They're
machining assembly lube is stinky stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, but also, like, they're swimming in it. Look at it.
Yep.
There's just a.
Which is probably what part of the reason there's confusion as to whether or not a new user needs to lube the bearings.
And there is not actually an instruction step saying to do what I'm about to do. However, having built my MK3 over the summertime there, I'm now at a point where I have to pull it apart to clean everything and re-lubricate everything. So I've got my super lube with a fancy applicator tip. You just line up the bearings with the thing and squeeze and you're done.
So Peter just dropped a news flash for us there. He's ordered his first Prusa.
Hey, good for you, Peter. Yeah, you know what? Got lots of IPA. Which is kind of hard to come by these days, you know, but
it's getting better.
So I got those on soak. We're going to put those to the side. When we get to those steps, we'll need it.
Yeah, at some point we will, hopefully before we get to that step, we'll remember to yank them out and let them dry.
Yeah, they don't need long in there. I mean, in the time it takes us to build the frame, we can pull them out, let them sit, take a sip of coffee. All right. The book. Yada, yada, yada. Step 1. Yada, yada, yada. Reward yourself, etc. We're not into that.
The one complaint I've got about their assembly manual.
Yep.
One of their early steps is to take your gummy bears and lay them out on your smooth
lay them
sheet.
out on the brand new smooth sheet, and people wonder why they have adhesion issues.
Yeah. So, if ever there was a step to ignore, that's the one.
Lay them out on the PCB heated bed if you'd like. Lay them out on your dining room table. Lay them out in the bag and eat them later. Don't put them on your printer. All right.
So, 2 questions have come up. The first one is, do I have a mini? I have a mini pack of gummy bears that came with a printer.
Yeah, currently you don't have a mini, you have mini parts.
Correct. I have a box of mini parts next to me that I will probably assemble while Jordan is doing his Mark III.
Like I said, in the package was the steel sheet.
Nice.
This is the textured sheet. I love the textured sheet. I don't want to get into an argument about texture versus smooth sheets, PLA, printing, whatever. Whatever works for you, whatever sheet company or sheet product or sheet that makes your sheet happy, sheet on.
Sheet on.
Sheet on, my friends. I mean, I have worked with some wonderful people over the years, and quite frankly, if a sheet works, make it work for you, man. That's it. That's all that matters.
Just get the sheet out.
Just get the sheet out.
Llama says he's heard rumors that you can just wipe off the outside, leave the assembly lube inside, and pack the grease in with it.
I'm sure that's
I'm not sure about that.
I do know that machine oil and grease don't mix. They are not the same base petroleum style or synthetic. Like, that's the other thing is I'm using synthetic super lube. So from my understanding, it will actually create a bit of a barrier to it. So
Chris Travis says he wants to get another Prusa, not sure whether to go with the Mark IIIs Plus or 2 mini pluses.
We were talking about that yesterday, Chris and I love the mini. I have a mini. It's fantastic. I obviously bought another MK3. I was planning on buying another MK3. Then they said, hey, we have this Plus kit. And I said, well, I was already going to buy one. So, and the reason why I bought another MK3 over a mini is that my first MK3 is now an MMU setup.
Mm-hmm.
And that does change some of its functionality. The automatic load, unload isn't there. There's a lot of different things about it that I kind of miss. And I want to be able to run through this machine polypropylene, nylons, or some abrasives. And I just don't really want to get into it with having to feed it through the MMU and all that.
I do find having both, I use the non-MMU version for quick, easy prints more.
Yes. And I also want to be able to sit back and have a dedicated, I set up a print on my MK3, let it go for the next 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
And when I get back to it, I get back to it. And that's that.
Correct.
All right.
Personally, I think it's a matter of preference, price, and filament feeding.
Yeah.
If you've got the space for the spool next to the mini so that you can feed it and everything work properly, fine, great. Minis are I'm assuming, great. I haven't tried it yet.
I love my mini. It's fantastic.
I like being able to put the filament above the printer and feed from the top.
Yeah.
It takes up less footprint.
The one thing that if they could make the mini better physically, the one thing that I wish they had the option of doing was either selling a left-right kit or having a left-right let you be able to switch it left to right for the gantry arm, because then in those situations, if you had two of them on a bench, you could have the filament in the middle and two on either side. Otherwise, now you have to have filament, mini, like it's a bit much.
Looking to replace an Ender 3. I don't know the build size of the Ender 3. It really depends, since you've got an existing printer and you know what you're looking for. Is the build volume going to be a problem? I don't think you lose enough build volume for it to be a big problem going to the mini.
The mini, you can, at that 180 to 180, you can get it all. There is no loss there.
Then maybe the answer is save the money and buy the minis.
And you get two minis. That's always nice. The one thing that I did mention is the fact that with the MK3, Chris would be able to just swap parts from one to the other. All right, Prusa logo, longer extrusions. Here we go.
I just don't think there's one answer. I think there's an answer that's best for the individual.
Correct. I know many people who have picked up a mini, picked up another mini, have a couple MK3s, you know. I like Bob's answer of what works for you.
Or Llama's answer, buy them all.
Yeah, that is Llama's answer. Now, one of the things I do like about the mini is the pimping of the mini. That was fun.
Printing the fancy colored parts and making it unique.
Yep. And for anyone who doesn't know, I actually have a box printed of all the MK3s Plus and MMU2s parts, because I'm going to be taking my other printer offline once this one's up and running and calibrated and loving. And it's going to get a full teardown. I'm going to clean and relube the bearings, all that jazz. And I'm going to be completely rebuilding it as a 3+ in printed parts. I don't have a Super Pinta for it. I only grabbed one for the mini. And then I will be converting that over to the Plus printed parts and rebuilding it all in Galaxy Black Prusa Petchy.
Feeling a little dark with that printer.
There's going to be a few highlights of color. And there's been a lot of discussions lately about bare frames.
Those have been discussions.
Yeah. And if I were to get a bare frame, which one would I bare? I don't have those answers.
Those sound like questions for another day.
I will say that at
Sergio
some
says,
point in life,
call it the Black Stallion.
I think it's going to look good, Sergio, because it's going to have the printed parts have the same kind of textured shine or sheen that the frame hoop has, right? And so,
Chris Travis, stop the build now and bear that one. Bad idea. Never take down your one best printer without a backup.
And I don't have a bare kit.
Correct.
So until a bare frame kit shows up in my home, stock. Short extrusions must be placed on the side where the engraved Prusa logo of the frame is not visible, such as this. Ooh.
Look at that.
I kind of cheated and did both steps at once because, quite frankly, that's how she goes.
Now spend a little bit of time making sure that those are even, level, flush.
Yep. Because I also didn't tighten them up. But you gotta do these parts first and then snug test them.
Oh, Chris Travis. We can't be trading printers now. That's not fair. He says go upstairs and grab the red one behind Bob.
No.
So this is the point where we tell Chris Travis
that if I was going to grab one, I'd grab the blue bear that's in the box.
That box right there is a blue bear frame.
I do love the blue, and it's the light blue. I love that blue frame.
They actually call it the deep blue.
See, I'm a sucker for blue. I was looking at, and it's not very common, is the orange bear frame.
You got to be really team orange for that.
But I was thinking orange frame, black parts, do like an inverse. So I would black out everything but the frame, right?
Sure. Sergio says he's currently printing all the parts for a bear in clear PET G. One consideration to make with that, Sergio, make sure your filament sensor is not in a transparent, but in an opaque PET G. Yeah,
there are some considerations with that. Now this new generation one is a lot better than the.
So there's the deep blue. I think it's a good color.
Oh, dude, I'm a sucker for blues. I love it. Love it.
Oh, so he's going to do his extruder as Bondtech, so that'll be.
Oh, nice. Well, and the nice part is Sergio knows. Sergio's been around the block a few times.
Sure, but I would feel horrible if somebody who I like, and Sergio's a nice guy, I like him, did something and said something publicly, and I didn't say, watch out for this, and then something happened. I had an opportunity to be helpful.
Watch out for this. Here I am just chugging along, and I forgot to slide in the two little T-nuts in the short side.
What did I tell you about following the directions?
I'm trying to read the instructions, but I just want to build. I don't want to read. I just want to go, go, go.
Go, 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 Mrs. Steps.
No. Usually you don't actually miss the step, Bob. You get the pleasant opportunity to do the step twice.
Aha. See, we had this discussion, honey. Jordan's going to follow his own directions because I'm going to put together a mini.
Yeah.
and I can't follow my instructions and his instructions and follow along with chat, that's just too much for my little brain to handle.
Right. Bob's my co-pilot. He's not my director.
That needs to be a bumper sticker sometime.
Are you on the producer list now? Is that what happened?
I don't make the rules.
Okay, so
I just show up and do what I'm told.
Here we go. Frame check. Mic check 1, 2. Sturdy. So we now begin the process of cross tightening.
Sturdy, stable, and a lack of rocking are all very good things.
The important step here that is never to be overlooked is the star pattern tightening of things.
Star pattern tightening.
If you've ever changed a tire, you know what I mean. Also, I do enjoy that Prusa, somewhere in all of this, there are the tools required to assemble the actual printer. You do not require any additional tools of your own, but a set of bond house, ball end drivers is like a number 1 on every maker's list. And then we also happen to have the handy dandy battery operated WoW stick that a good friend of mine purchased for me for my birthday.
That guy.
Jeez, what a guy. Psst, it was Bob.
My Mini came with a wrench.
Yeah, dude, I love that wrench. So I actually brought that wrench out as part of my tools for the build. So the
I don't know if there's a
fitting
point to need it.
Yes, there is. The Festo fittings that they use on the Mini are a different style. They're more like a compression nut you'd find in a water line.
Mm-hmm.
And so you use the little wrench to just snug them up. But wouldn't you know, so that's a 10 millimeter size on one side.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't need a 10 millimeter wrench?
You always lose them.
Always lose them. But on the other side is an 8 millimeter. And you know
Correct.
what size 8 millimeter is in the Prusa world?
2 less than 10.
The Festos on the MMU.
Nice.
So when you need to get those off or snug them up just a little, the wrench. I love that wrench.
Flush cutters do not come in either kit.
No. I don't want to get into it because I don't agree. They give you a really bad pair of needle nose pliers.
Yep.
Now the needle nose pliers do the job. They can cut the filament. They do all the things. However,
flush cutters are better.
Flush cutters are way better. There was an argument somebody made at one point saying, well, we have how many printers? Every printer comes with one. We all have a bunch of them. But I look at that as no, this is designed to be like a new printer experience, new person. So I don't think you're going to have a set.
A bunch of sets lying around.
Right.
And Sergio agrees those are great nut drivers.
Oh, the bond house. I need another set.
That's the worst.
Yeah, the Allen key drivers. I need another set, to be honest with you.
I think you just need a couple of key sizes. I have one full set, and from years ago with RC cars, I have another specific size pieces, and that works out really well. Get another 2.5.
Okay. We are now on to our first printed part.
Hooray!
And unfortunately, they're not in there in order of operations. However, yet again, everything is labeled. Details of what they all are.
Poke on.
Delightful.
Wants to know why it's taking so long.
Pokey? We started early, Pokey.
We did start early. And Chris says, if the printers you have are all Prusas, then you don't have any flush cutters.
No, you're not wrong.
Correct. Chris Travis says, mouth moving equals slow hands. Also
All
not
right.
wrong.
Not wrong. However,
We have
I'm
to
gonna
entertain the people.
I'm going to take a pause, and I'm going to pull the bearings out of the bath of fluidness, as they've soaked long
I think
enough.
they've soaked long enough.
It doesn't actually take much to clean off the grease. And you can tell that they're ready to go too, because if you jiggle them, you should hear a little bit of rattly.
Mm-hmm. Correct. This is not a race. We don't want mistakes.
No. I'm going to have a serious conversation with my laptop momentarily about
Uh-oh.
Norton security thing that came installed on it. I haven't set this thing up yet. I just got it the other day. But there,
It's harassing you about things.
look at this delightful milky. That's not light Planatric. That is like a milky IPA. Which we're just going to put back there so I don't knock it on anything. And thankfully the laptop is up off the desk, so my coffee goes underneath of it. There's no spilling coffee on a brand new laptop.
So Peter's going to run away, but he's going to come back and rewatch this when his printer comes in.
Yeah, Peter. And then you're going to be able to play with all kinds of fun build sheets on yours.
That could actually be very informative.
Yeah, I'm debating picking up a new. So Wham Bam's just come out with a new PEI coded build sheet. I have one coming for another printer, but I'm thinking I might grab one for the Prusa just to have it as a straight up comparative. 100% comparative. There's no machine difference. It is just bed difference.
That is a big heavy power supply for the Mini.
It is. It's a block.
The Happy Extruder.
Run.
Just hopes everybody is well, and don't we all?
All right. Come on, you. That's the right screw. One M18. Really should have printed one of those like screw size guide organizer things.
I have two of them. They are lovely.
And some M2 or M3 nuts there. And idler.
Pick up some of our cardboard as we go.
The handy part is always having a little ruler on hand with you. And one of the
3D
things
printing and painting has joined us as well.
Oh, hey Jerry, how's it going today?
Yeah, you can't go wrong double checking your screw links. The bags do also come in handy for that, with the things being 1-to-1 on them.
Yeah, they're 1-to-1 on the main size bag, which is handy. But which I guess I could keep that up here too. I have it nearby.
Correct.
Peter made a point before he left, and I neglected to mention it, and I would be remiss if I didn't. Is they are now going to be also providing pre-installed sheets on their kits.
That's
Bam Bam. So that's going to be a big changer, because not that installing a sheet is a difficult task by any means.
Mm-hmm.
But
would you call it more cumbersome than difficult?
More unnecessary. if you don't need to do it, sorry, the one thing I will say about Prusa parts is sometimes print quality is not 100%.
So Dan joined us, and Sergio says he's got an Ulti-Stick flex plate for one of his bears, and so far he loves it.
Oh, nice. Well, again, we like to go with the whatever floats your boat. As long as your boat is floating.
Matt 1 UK 3D printing.
Hey,
sorry, I
Matt.
don't know who that is.
That's Matt from the UK, and he does 3D printing.
Interesting. Yeah. I wonder how I could have possibly deduced that.
I don't know, Bob. I don't know what was wrong with you, but apparently you couldn't figure it out.
I just said I don't know the guy.
All right.
Uh-oh.
I realized I'm building something slightly off skew because I'm crooked. Not that anyone's here to see me, here to see the printer. I could probably just make myself disappear, but you know. All right, we have ourselves one built up extruder part.
So it appears my Mini came in a limbo state between Mini and Mini Plus.
Uh-oh.
I have Super Pinda indicating Mini Plus.
Yes.
But printed part indicating Mini.
What's the bed clip look like?
Fair question. Like the new clips.
They are the new clips, then that is the key. There's a dot indicating the upper position on the... You know, it helps if I actually, install the idler on the right.
And Ron says to keep a caliper handy for measuring those screws.
Agreed. I personally like to use just a steel ruler.
It works.
It's quick, it's easy, it works.
And why not go with what works?
And we snug this up thusly. There we go. Oh, now we're going to need a motor. All right. Here's another fun one for anyone who's never done it. All the motors in the box that comes in the motors, they are labeled thusly. Y-axis.
Labeling does make things handy.
It is a nice feature because nobody has to guess at what it is.
And on the wiring end of those motors, on the clip that you plug into the board, is also a little tag that tells you which one is which.
Yeah. Well, that's a necessary thing. But also, I mean, that way you're not having to trace back all your wires and see what's what.
I've seen other versions, but I like this little printed guide for measuring those screws.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I really should have brought my slap mat in here because that makes things handy, but it's a wee bit small for building a full printer on. But that is why I am getting a mega one. Uh-oh.
So in the online instructions for the Mini, at least,
Yep.
it references a Prusa cheat sheet that you can print that has all of the different hardwares sized and laid out at a 1-to-1 scale.
Yes.
Interesting.
That's nice. Which is funny considering the Mini is 4 screws, 1 done twice.
Correct. Yeah, I'm up to step 6 and have not touched the box.
And you're just about done. Okay. I'm going to take these last 2. We'll put this here. Oh, these TPU feet are sticky, man.
Sticky feet. Yeah, there's 1 bag of hardware for the Mini build.
Yeah. 1 singular sensation.
Jake from State Farm. Hello, Matt.
I have to.
You do?
I have to turn something off here. Okay. Pre-installed software is the absolute worst.
Well, everybody has their own opinions of what the best antivirus software is. They chose one, and at least they did that.
Right. I appreciate that this. So this is a Acer Predator Helios. And I appreciate that it came with something. Access denied to kill. Okay, well. We're just going to have to deal with it.
The good news is
another day.
It has not appeared to be a problem for our side of the stream.
Oh, that's great. Also, by making sure that I set the right input for my audio, when I flip the mic up to sneeze, no one has to yell at me.
Correct. Some printed parts are upgraded on the Mark 3S Plus. Is that so? That is so.
Yeah, and I have those, and we can point out the differences when we get to them.
Never let the machines win, Mike. Mike? Yep. Good morning.
It's afternoon for Mike. Mike is in the same time zone as I am. It's a couple hours away. Now we're just gonna lube up 3 of these right now. We're gonna lube them as we go.
Yeah, I think most of the part changes were done in the extruder.
Most of it's in the extruder, yes. There are some other part differences.
Matt says we need more cowbell. He must have a fever.
Oh, yeah, this thing works good. It also pushes out any of the extra IPA that's in there and everything.
It's really nice. I like that applicator. I know it's not the official llama applicator, but I still like it.
The hardest part is just lining up.
Lining up the bearing races inside the bearing with the slots for the lube in the applicator.
Yeah, that's the words I was looking for. Thanks, Bob.
Yep. Dan, you're correct. Jordan's building a Mark 3S Plus, and I'm building an early edition of the Mini Plus. But I'm going extremely slow so I can keep up with chat and tell Jordan when there's things that need repeating.
Yeah. Okay. Now we need to take the Y carriage, linear bearing clips, lubrication. There is no up or down on the Hoosier Daddy. There is, however, correct bearing orientation requirements.
Yes, on the y-axis, I recall that being important.
And if I'm not mistaken, these holes are not threaded. Great. That would explain why there's so many more nylock nuts in the bag now.
Because you're going to use, let's see. I see. You're going to use short M3 screws and nuts instead of U-bolts.
Yeah, so you use short M3s. And
it should actually be the same number of nylock nuts because the old U-bolts used nylocks as well.
Oh, yeah, it did too. Oh, okay, never mind. I haven't drank all my coffee yet.
Which is a fair reminder. I need more coffee.
Yeah. Jerry's doing a hangout in 3.5 hours. That's delightful, Jerry.
Falls under the category of the internet's a big place we can all hang out.
Hanging out, rocking out. Now, what I'm doing right now is there is a correct orientation for the bearings, which once you've packed them with grease, a little bit harder to see. But basically, you want the bearings to ride on the rails at a 45 on a cross surface.
Dan, no, your mini will be slightly different. It'll have different printed parts.
And I don't quite know what the difference in the printed parts is.
So far, the only one I can see is the location of one hole in the electronics box. And I don't know if that hole actually lines up with anything. No more strangling U-bolts. Correct, Mike. They've switched to these metal clips that are supposed to be easier and not be as easy to
there's really no
your bearings.
There's really no way you could tighten that down in such a way to crush your bearing. Mike is probably one of the reasons why I have MK3s.
Really?
Yeah, Mike is Team Orange. Hashtag Team Orange. And Mike is somebody I met in the 3D printing world in person. It was shocking. A few times now, and he has reminded me that if it's that damn easy for him, it's good enough for me, and it'll work for everybody.
Sergio says he marks the top of the bearings with a paint marker before grease. That way he can see where those bearings are at inside and makes the assembly easier.
Sergio. Look at
this guy. This guy. He rents the bearing of one of his Mark IIIs.
You'd almost think that Sergio is in the trades and is used to taking things apart and putting them back together again. And every little step you can do helps you out. All right, I have officially put those on. Now we snug. Oh, see, this is nice because you just tighten these up.
Mm-hmm.
And you can crank this down. There is no there really is no stop. It's just crank it down.
Crank it down.
Unlike the rods where it was like, please don't tighten it too much.
Correct. The printed parts for the bear also include plastic versions of those clips.
Yes.
For the same reason.
I like the direction they went with the plus kit here.
Mhm.
This does make it. This makes it a lot better for a new user. This is
Sure.
a lot better for somebody who's never built a printer, who doesn't know tensions, or people who are like, I always kind of forget. Not everybody's mechanically inclined.
Sure. Also, if you've spent your day wrenching on things, doing something with your hands that requires hand strength, your fine dexterity may not be set for adjusting the tension on those particular bolts.
Correct.
And you could have what we call club hands.
Oh, the amount of bolts I have sheared off of things.
Yes.
It's just a staggering. There's a reason why I have all the kits required to take bolt heads, screw heads, all kinds of things out. All right. We're going to take all the smooth rods and further lengths for the carriage, where the Y we need the mid-sized. That's those. And we carefully place the rest back in its protective tube. Don't nick your rods. I think we're just going to come up with all the good hashtags during this stream, Bob.
There's a few of them in the chat now, and we got hashtag crank it down and hashtag team orange.
I saw that, and I appreciate that. Oh, these are chunky little boys. Big important step here is when you go to slide these rods in, don't be on Team Ramrod.
We are definitely anti-team ramrod.
Be easy peasy.
The other thing that might be useful for some folks, might be worthwhile to put the bearings on the rod before you line it up onto the carriage, just so that they're not out of skew.
These new holders, Bob, there's no way. Everything is like, they actually have little indents to lock them all in. Like, it's beautiful.
Nice.
Now
Vedran
we take
joined us.
Vedran. Oh. Well then.
See, maybe you should have bought the black parts just for the visit.
Yeah, you know what, Mike? There's some black parts, but the ones you care about are orange. And I'm about to have some MK3 orange parts that are going to go in a box. So, okay. Moving along. That's 12. The only downside is there are some M12s mixed in with all the M10s in this little baggie.
Correct.
Now here we are at a new step in the build. So this is going to be a difference between a plus and a non-plus kit.
Well, perhaps I should pay attention.
Well, it's not that much of an attention getter. Okay, the difference between a plus and a non-plus kit now are these. So that is a smooth rod holder.
Correct.
The old system had the smooth rod holder, but you used a zip tie to secure down the rod. These are now taken more from the bear style, and they are a printed part.
Actually, the bear style does not encapsulate the rod that way either. It uses the zip tie as well.
Oh.
So I like that better.
Okay, it looks like I need to use 3 nuts per.
Vedran and Pocon say I need a bigger window. I'm going to have to disagree with them because the printer gets the biggest window.
Yeah.
And Mike, it is a Mini Plus. It's one of the early Plus kits, so it's got some older parts but newer electronics. It's got the new Pinda. That's the important part.
Really, that is the important part. Printed parts can be replaced. Printed parts can be ignored.
Plus, I'm not really focused on the build and just kind of doing it in dead time.
Dead time.
There's a holder for the bear that encapsulates the rod that Sergio just printed. There have been some changes to the bear kits since the early 2.1 steps to what's released now. So my version is the early 2.1, the pre-release version before it was a full thing. So I'm not sure what the current is.
So all I'm doing right now is just trying to get. So you need to put square nuts in the bottom.
Correct.
And a square nut in the side
Makes
for
sense.
the loopy mechanism. I don't know if I can get
so
the
that it can clamp down and grab the rod.
Right. So for this section.
Yeah.
And in typical Prusa fashion, some of these printed parts are better than others. Some of the holes, like these two bottom ones, just slotted in like no problem. This one here is going to take just a hair of extra effort.
Mike says he printed a full set of Mini parts a little while ago to rebuild his original Mini and then got busy with life.
What is happening now? All right, so now what it's saying to do is to put these on, align it on there with the screw holes to the inside. Okay, I can do that.
Really? They want you to do it that way? That's interesting. I suppose it makes sense because you can't push the rods down into the holder. You have to move the whole thing as an assembly. That'll make maintenance an interesting task in the future.
Right. Yeah, because you can't lay the carriage into there and then attach. You have to pull it all out.
Yeah. Instead of cutting 4 zip ties, it's now going to be undoing 8 screws.
8 screws, yes. Okay. I want to. Never mind. I'm gonna follow the directions, Bob. Following directions.
You really should.
Really should. Okay. Now, if I'm looking at the frame, the 2 holes go on that side. Et voila. There is a difference for anyone who hasn't built one as to what side the 2 bearings go on versus the 1 bearing.
Yeah, Mike says if you don't follow the directions, Joe shows up and scolds you. Once again, correct. Maybe not the worst outcome.
go. These are just a little fiddly to line up the holes.
Pokon says he not only scolds you, but will also beat you up with a Mark III frame.
Pokey just wants a Mark III frame so he can hydro dip it.
I think he's got one.
I
It's just
approve of this
on
message.
an active printer.
Oh, we did say earlier you never take down your working printer to mess with it.
That's what we said.
I've never listened to that lesson, but it is a lesson that has been said.
It's one I believe in.
Interesting.
Llama adds that he will take away your Prusament and your gummy bears.
Huh.
Which is when I turn into the unpopular opinion and say, if Joseph wants my gummy bears, he can have them. They're not my favorite.
Interesting. What are those for?
Stuff.
Well, I may have used the wrong screws somewhere.
Uh-oh.
Well, I just deal with it.
Wow stick and remeasure.
So there's
Yes, Ron, where's that steel ruler?
so it says to use so that says on this that there is M6 or there's 6 M3 by 12.
Okay.
And 22 M3 by 10.
Correct. You do use a lot of M3 by 10s.
Sure. I can't find where to use the
12s?
The 12s. Oh, I see. It's on the amendment. That's why.
Aha. So where do the 12s get used?
They're the ones that hold the clips to the
So you should have 2 extra millimeters of turn to really bite into that nylock.
Correct. So we're just gonna undo because it called for a step and it said, use your M10 screws, and I'm like, well, I only have 2 left over.
And Mike wants to know why you're not using the online build guide.
Laptop.
I think it's a matter of screen real estate with StreamYard being open and YouTube being open and not having space to put the online build guide as well. And he does have the book that came with the printer that should be okay for assembly.
Right.
They did print out and put in the, hey, pay attention to these extra steps that we changed.
Yep. And I totally wasn't. But when the math on the screws equaled 6, I thought, there's something fishy here. Which is fine. Everything's fine.
Llama says you have a new motto. We do it nice because we do it twice.
What did I say about repeating steps earlier, Bob?
Correct.
It's a pleasure. All right.
Makes that handy, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Ron is running away.
Later, Ron. Enjoy some of that fine Florida weather.
Floridia.
Now, the one thing I will say about this bearing lubrication item is the only thing I'm going to have to do is come back later and clean up after this thing after
Correct.
maybe 10, 20 hours of printing. Just let it all goof itself out.
Inspire Games has stopped by. And Chris Travis is running away to go to Best Buy.
Best Buy? I don't approve. What are we buying at Best Buy?
Which is also where Ron is going.
Oh. Is there something going on at Best Buy that I just don't know about?
I understand they have buys, and some people consider them to be the best.
Huh. Not people of Oregon.
Apparently, there's an issue. So that has captured that V-nut. Chris Travis is going to get stuff for the Nintendo Switch that the kids got for Christmas.
Nice.
Very nice. And Josh is here. Josh, showing some branding, says, hey, this thing's not done yet.
Hey, this guy's just waking up? Because don't sass me, boy. All right. Now that that step has been redone, back to where we were.
Uh-oh. Mike says, I'm too nice. I need to whip you more.
You know.
That's how we get the basement clean.
Insert an M10 screw into the hole in each rear holder and tighten it. Okay. So now you just tighten this up, I guess, until it... Oh, wow, that's nice.
Until it grabs a hold of that rod and just says, you're not going nowhere.
Sorry for the high-pitched.
It's not too bad.
Oh, good. These TPU feet are like, or rubbers or whatever they are on it.
The I didn't see, were they the square gray ones?
They're the square gray ones, yes.
Yeah, very nice.
What I do like is that at this point, the instructions are very standardized for this. There is no more of this. If you have a silver PSU, follow this step. If you have a black PSU, follow this step.
Nice.
Because there are no more silver PSUs.
Not in the plus kits.
In the plus kits, right. So I'm sure there's instructions pertaining to that if you're doing a rebuild, but they've even said when it comes to rebuild, don't worry about rebuilding the Y sled and the frame and stuff like that. Like, you get no benefit.
They've even said that the Super Pinda isn't of
necessity,
dramatic impact.
Not for this, no. I think what it is they needed to make it better for the Mini and one SKU to rule them all.
And on top of that, I think that the bed clips really is a quality of life improvement for new people building the kits. If you've already done it, well, until it comes time for maintenance, there's not much point in changing it.
Correct.
It sounds a little harsh through the mic.
Yeah, it sounds a little harsh in person too. But it's also a very echoey.
Correct. The surface could be an issue.
This is a IKEA hollow particle board.
So I understand where you said that everything was lined up and everything had indentations and everything for the bearings. Suggestion, ignored at your choice. Loosen up those bearing clips. Give it a few more of those slides. See if you can get rid of some of that noise.
That's actually, so that's the step, is you do that. Or you can just randomly knock stuff off your table. That's fine.
That was under the desk.
I think that's good.
Pokon says, "Loop those rods, mate."
Don't worry, Pokey. There's so much lube on here, you'd think it was a biscuit.
And Shane has joined us. Printy Dude Shane. And Fernando.
Fernando! Yeah, for the record, I have loads of lube on here. Like, it's just coming off, and I'm going to be cleaning lube off of this frame for the next month. Which is okay. It sounds a lot worse on the table because this is one of those IKEA lac table. It's hollow foam core, echoes and resonates like a mow.
Like a mow.
All right. Aligning the smooth rods, loosen those, jiggle it back and forth a bunch of times, then tighten them up. Carrying on to step 28.
Uh-oh. I might have to interrupt you here for just a moment, Jordan.
Okay.
Wexter's made a comment.
Okay. Look at all those wrenches.
In the chat.
Oh. There, wise ass. I don't even know why I put up with you.
Now.
All right. Assembling the Y motor pulley. Hey, here's a step that would have been handy to do while the motor is not on the thing, but hey. So I need one on the flat, of course, and one on the Not flat, of course.
Tighten all the screws.
Well, you got to make sure that it's there. We're not trying to bury this thing down just yet. I mean, quite frankly, it's tightening a grub screw. I can loosen a grub screw later on.
Sorry, that was confusing. I shouldn't have said anything. That was the step I was on.
Okay. Oh, Bob, I think we're approaching my least favorite part of the whole thing.
Uh-oh.
Noise making. We are at the...
Oh, yes. The belt tensioner.
No, yes, the belt tensioner.
That fiddly little bit that desperately needs a redesign from the mothership.
Yeah. Okay. I have two belt holders. Take the Y belt holder, the smaller of the two parts. Insert M3 nut all the way in. So your M3 nut all the way in. Where the heck do you go? Oh, right here.
Interesting.
And then on this part, take the M3 nylock nut and insert it all the way in.
So the electronics box on the Mini
Yes.
is an old printed part.
Okay.
The screen cover is a new one.
What's the difference? Show me
They've
the screen
changed that portion
cover. Okay.
from round to hex.
Probably only to improve print quality or print orientation. As that's one of their favorite tricks.
Vedran is correct. Belts are always an issue, especially after Christmas.
Oh. Trust me, I know. Now we're taking a spare part.
The other thing it looks like they've done is they've shortened up the screw. On the old one, you used an M3x20. This one, they want to use an M3x12. No, other way around. Old version was a 12. This one's a 20.
One moment, I have a visitor of small persuasion.
Hooray!
There, you can come in one time. Okay, off you go. No internet for you.
I'm actually coming down here to play.
Okay, play quiet, please.
This is a side effect of working in the children's playroom.
Yeah, by the way, sorry anybody, we're in the kids play area, so get what you get.
We are kids and we are playing with our printers. So it kind of fits.
Hey. Sauce cat. All right. Now we take the pre-labeled Y belt and we have to do a thing to it.
We have to do a thing.
Which is, of course, the part that is so ambiguous because if it's not 100% right,
I can't hear that word without thinking of the old Saturday Night Live skit when they were doing animations.
Oh, yeah.
So that is screw number 4. we get to plug in our screen.
Delightful.
I am delighted.
I get to fight with a belt in a second. Okay. And always in the instructions, they have the thing opposite way to how I put it.
Well, these are things.
Mm-hmm.
3D Monkey, good morning. Look, a belt printer. Ha ha.
Funny guy.
Funny guy.
For anybody who watched my MK3 build, this was my least favorite step of the whole thing.
But now you've done it once, so you're an expert.
It wasn't an expert problem. It was a too short of a belt problem.
We figured it out.
Yeah.
It's been a functioning printer since.
And when it comes to reprinting all the printed parts, I skipped that one.
I cannot say as though I blame you.
Yeah. Although this one looks like we're going to have better success.
Hooray.
So now we are back to the same thing. I have to put...
We're going to put this one around a bit. Rearrange slightly.
The cat chewed on one of your dolls? Well, unfortunately, that happens.
Such a nice daddy. My responses would be so much less child appropriate. You have a 3D printer. You can print the doll's weapons so they can attack the cat.
I can. I won't. Okay, you. All right, it's fine.
Self-defense, that's what I'm saying.
One moment, I have to move a box.
Please. I wasn't going to say anything, but it was in my way.
Okay, there you go. Ready? Better? Okay, thank you.
It's at this point that I get reminded, be nice to the children. They're the ones who pick your nursing home.
That's right. And there are crooked ones that were on 60 Minutes.
And the children will learn where they are. Good morning, Marcel.
I have had a standing, I don't want to call it threat, but arrangement with my own mother that I watched 60 Minutes growing up. I know where those ones are.
Nice. So that electronics box change affects where the Y-axis motor feeds into the electronics box.
Oh, yeah, it's a weird setup to begin with. Thanks, guys.
A Pokemon seat for me, please.
Push that around like that.
I'll show you what.
See, Veteran's offering me a trip to Croatia.
Just to move boxes for him. I just noticed that.
I'll do it.
Didn't Veteran move recently?
Yeah.
I'm recalling what happened when I move and how long it takes for things to get organized and arranged and unpacked.
Yeah, that's fine. Because his wife is nice and would take pity on the one-legged guy.
Dirty Harry got a Prusa Mark 3S Plus with MMU. 3 weeks now. It's been awesome.
Nice.
Mike says he's had his for 6 years. I say if that's not a ringing endorsement for a machine having them 6 years and still running, I don't know what is.
Yeah, you know what's a ringing endorsement? Give me
Buying more.
Give me an extra few millimeters on this belt.
Veteran says his wife is nice since when? Guests. That's the difference. Oh, Mike's been unpacking for 6 years.
I can believe that.
I completely understand.
I unpacked a box I moved 6 years ago right into the dumpster the other day
Makes sense.
because I haven't touched it in over 6 years. I don't
How
need
important could it be? I understand that logic.
Gave it a quick once over. Went, yeah, I would like to. You know what? Nope, I'm not keeping any of this.
So I have an extra special bag here that goes along with the Mini,
Okay.
and it is marked filament sensor.
Yes. Good for you. More so, good for Renee.
Yeah, let's be honest. I bought one printer a little over a year ago. All the rest of these are just on loan. I did not buy any of them.
Oh.
Or as Chris said last night, that's going to be a horrible divorce. She gets all the printers.
Right. And all the cooking and this one actually has some belt tensioning ability, Bob.
Nice.
Oh, wait. No, never mind. That's still loose.
Harry says, which filament buffers do you use on your MMU? I guess he's looking at the background in my screen here. And we're using completely printed rewinding spool holders inside that rep box. We are bufferless.
I am not in my usual workspace. Normally there is a large, giant, custom-made rep box behind me. The printed ones are the bomb shizzle.
We are both using the same printed rewinders.
And I believe my good friend Bob, when he has an opportunity because of laptop situation, We'll post a link in the chat to those.
That's probably a good idea.
Mike,
Mike, they're not quite the rep winders. The rep winders require using hardware out of
various
measuring tape. I found it would require some 3D CAD design in order to make the rep winders work with the filament that I use. And Jordan had difficulty getting the hardware at a reasonable price in Canada. So I have the hardware and I did print them and try them, but I couldn't, again, make them work with the spools that I use. Didn't want to spend the time designing and reprinting. So we went with these 3D printed ones and they've been working pretty well. It is 100% 3D printed. There's a couple of screws for holding the stands, but that's it.
And
some
two bearings per thing. But if you have an MMU, all of the bearings that come with the MMU setup, you'll be able to use in your rewinders and still have spares because you only need 2 per roller as opposed to 4.
Correct.
And then just a couple M3 or M2 screws or whatever, and they just go in. And they're designed to fit within the confines of a rep box, and they work. I found so far they work good.
So Harry, with the rep winders, there's a mechanical clutch mechanism that you change because it grips the spool. With these, the spool can freely slip on the core, working as its own clutch. So there's never enough tension for it to pull the filament out of the MMU.
Yeah, the printed part is its own clutch.
And we found that on Prusa printers, right?
Yes, it was Prusa printers.
I'll find the link. Just want to make sure I was looking at the right site.
Yeah, they are inspired off of a design by our friend Joe Mike Tortellini. His name is not actually Tortellini, by the way. He's just a cool guy. And also another design from somebody via Thingiverse, which was remixed because the open SCAD files were provided. Okay. That.
Good afternoon, Mike Cassell.
Michael Cassell. I saw Jeremy, my buddy Jeremy from.
Oh, I missed Jeremy. I'm sorry. And Thaneth.
Denith.
Aha, I found it. Those actually don't look like the right ones.
The picture on the file should be a clear rep box.
It's got a much. That is the one that I'm looking at. It's got a much wider into the spool rewinder, but this is the right one. So there's the link for the rewinders we're using.
Yes, that is the integrated spool rewinder. Time to do a little lubrication.
Just a little bit of lube.
Which, for the record, I am surprised that they don't have you lubricate it from the get-go.
There's a record.
Okay. Oy, that's messy stuff. All right. Here is a difference in one of the parts from the regular to the plus. Let me just check my cheat sheet here to make sure that I don't have... The next steps are for the extruder and the electronics. Probably won't get to the electronics today. What's up? I thought they might need them, so I kept them out.
Yes, they would.
Arts and crafts are an important part of life in this house.
Keeping tiny humans happy so they don't blow up the house.
Tiny humans happy so they don't blow up the house. All right, we are now looking for the...
I try to keep the explosives to the bigger humans.
That's the E-axis, X-axis bag. X-axis bag. 7 bearings. Some printed parts.
7 bearings for 7 holders.
This is a very small bag of parts. I'll tell you what. Personal pro tip, always check these little idlers because the T-nuts or hex nuts just love to stick
Get lost inside there.
They get lost, and you're like, wait a minute, where are all my screws? And then it's in there. Just sitting there. A little grease is touching it, that's all. But okay. So first we need to put the bearings in there from the top down. And we want to make sure that there are 45 degrees on each bearing.
45 of the degrees.
So what I always do is I put one front to back.
So that's interesting.
And then I put the other one.
We're going to spend a little bit of time thinking about wire management.
Wire management. As in wire management such a-holes?
No, the answer to that's easy. It's Bob. But reading ahead a little bit and seeing where the wires come out of the electronics box, it's good to plan for that. Veterans heading out for family time. Have fun with the family.
Have a beautiful time.
This bundle needs to tilt away from the printer, it says. And this needs to go like that.
Now, one
Okay.
thing that's not eminently clear on these printed parts is it says it in the instructions, but there's a little lip on the underside of one of them, and
Mhm.
no lip on one side.
Mhm.
It is printed on the bed like this, and there's actually a sacrificial little line that will break on its own. I like to just cut it.
I like to trim it up and make it nice and pretty. And Chris has come in to tell everybody to like, share, and subscribe.
Oh, I didn't put my lttstore.com link in the description.
Did you finger your x-axis?
Oh yeah, there she goes. And then I like to use a small screwdriver. And what that lets me do is just get in there and make sure that the bearings are flush with the top and where they need to be and everything.
You're going to get right in there, are you?
Oh, just get right up in its jam. Get covered in grease too while you're at it. It's a good thing I have a wash pot of IPA I can use.
I'm going exceptionally slow, Chris, and I'm still working on it. I'm actually closing up the electronics box now. It was never a race.
So the difference in this new printed part from the old to the new on the x-axis is the way you adjust the tension of the belt, or the
motor.
The tension of the motor, yes. Because what it does is you used to rotate the motor to get it to tighten up.
Mhm.
Now it uses some slots and a screw on the back to actually push the motor.
Mhm.
I can't
It's
say
a
if
little bit
that's-
of adjustment there.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be good, bad, indifferent.
Chris says that it's a human race, and I say I've seen what the human race has been doing recently. Not a fan.
Don't approve.
This filament wire wants to get tangled up. There we go. And we screw it. Chris got me with the old repeat. I have a notification over here to look at.
Okay, now we're back to some rod. Now we need the longest of the rods. So we're going to take these ones.
Rods are important.
Make sure you put the right ones away in the box. That's what I have to say to myself.
Also important.
Better to be important than impotent.
Well, okay.
Oh. Finally, the last of the rod lubings. Or the bearing lubing, sorry.
That was the last of the coffee.
I don't approve.
Step 33, assembling the spool holder base. We have a mini.
It's a cute little guy, isn't it?
Rearrange some things over here. Set this like that.
I see Chris is making his usual commentary.
Correct?
Delightful.
That's what I said. He got me with the repeat.
Yeah, we're gonna just put. We're gonna do something.
We are.
Yep, I gotta go get a Sharpie.
You're going to follow Sergio's advice, aren't you?
I'm doing a Sergio.
Nice. Commentary from the chat being in for or applied. That's the word.
Well, it just helps make life easier later on when assembling the.
When smart people give you tips, it's helpful to follow them.
Right. Now, I may lose all these markings at the time.
But if they work for what you're doing right now.
Oh, they may disappear before we're done building this. Who knows?
He did say paint marker, so it's possible.
Yeah.
But listen, it was a tip from Sergio, and Mike agrees with it. What more do you want?
I take the tip. And yes, Chris, just the tip.
Dirty Harry, he's got 100% trouble-free experience with the Mark 3s Plus and the MMU2S. How is yours? My tip to everybody getting into the MMU multi-material printing, multicolor printing, failures are part of the process. Embrace them.
Learn from them.
Mike says he uses a Dremel to cut a small groove. Not sure I approve of that one.
Oh. Oh. That good part had a little bit of chuck in there.
I don't intend to use the filament holder that came with the Mini, but I'm going to assemble it.
I still am. A flat table makes axis assembly
It makes life so much better.
delightful.
Harry says he wants to test soluble filament next. Do we have any tips?
Dry
Yes.
it, dry it, dry it.
Mine's slightly different. Don't do it.
It depends on what you're trying to do. There's a real good time and place for it. One of the tips that you can do with using your MMU is you can also do the whole PETG interface layer for your PLA printing, if you were so inclined.
Mike's got a fair point there. YouTube is full of information about such units. Much of it is now outdated with release of new components.
Oh, yeah.
And run your soluble filament directly from a dry box. It is my understanding that due to being water soluble, it is exceptionally hygroscopic, meaning it likes to suck the moisture out of the environment.
Hydrophobic. Hygroscopic? Hygroscopic.
Scopic, I believe, is it. Phobic implies to me an aversion to.
Usually. But sometimes these things, they're backwards because the world is screwy. But yeah, no, it's like
It
you
sucks
need
the
to
water out
print.
of the air.
Yeah, you need to print soluble stuff directly from a dry box. No air, no moss.
And as much as I love my rep box ain't going to cut it for that.
Even with the seal kit, it's not perfect. Bob and I happen to have some boxes on the way from a manufacturer.
Probably next month sometime.
I think so. It seems like.
Haven't gotten an update from them in a little while, which is unusual for them, but
It is
it has
2
been
days
holiday.
after Christmas.
Hydrophobic repels water, according to Chief. Good morning, Chief.
Yeah, it's afraid of water. Right. Hydroscopic. Correct. All right. Oh, apparently it's Haribo time.
I've run across that message a few times and ignored it.
All right. Now we take this and we set this to the side. Now we are into Z-axis assembly. I guess I can't really set it on the printer because I need the printer. All right, we're gonna need the fasteners for the Z-axis. I just want to just being able to reach in, grab the right bag, pull it out, like easy peasy. That's nice. That is a lot of screws.
That is a lot of screws.
So those are all M3 by 18s. These are all M3 by 10s. I'm playing bowling.
Bowling for screws.
Okay.
Polymaker does make a dry box, as I understand it.
Yeah, there is. Polymaker. If the C-Dubs is still here,
Yes.
he can explain to us, because he is using one, and I believe it's a dry box and dryer.
Correct.
Or is it not?
As I saw from his Twitter feed, that would be the correct. I do have behind my head where it's invisible to people, the there, Sunlu dryer. Not so much of a dry box. It's supposed to dry the filament. Don't think it's going to keep it dry though.
And again, when it comes to these kinds of devices, mileages may vary, and whatever works. There is no hard and fast rule of this is better than others, and this is that, and there are going to be quality differences, there are going to be price differences, there's going to be success stories and failures on both sides of the
Well, just like with
item.
everything else, try it, see what you like. If you don't like it, that's fine.
Don't do it.
So Sergio went off to get a drink, says, did I miss anything? Just progress on printer builds. And Whale has arrived and says we're doing it all wrong and we're amateurs.
Yeah. Okay, Whale. How's that bear build going there?
Shots fired. Listen, Whale, we don't have to do everything manually. We know what tools are and when to use them. It's okay.
Don't be afraid of tools. Just don't be a tool.
Agreed.
And there's a time and place to use a tool, and a time and place to use your hands, and a time and place for Whale to STFU. Oh.
Well, I'm building a mini. See?
Yes, he can.
It's right there.
You know why? Because he is Bob the Builder.
That mini was a Christmas gift. It was ordered in October, at which point the only option was the mostly assembled version.
Yeah, I expect that thing to have test prints underway already.
Yeah, I'm going slow. I don't want you to feel bad that your process is taking longer.
Dude, I have more screws that I just installed on 2 parts of this printer than you have for your entire build.
Correct.
I don't feel bad.
Buster McDougal. Good morning, Tracy.
Hey, Tracy. Now, what I love is that Prusa was so kind as to pre-install the palm nuts for your lead screws, only for you to have to take
Uninstall them?
Correct. You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to see about moving me there.
Had that last comment not been made, nobody would know we were talking about you.
Oh, how's that? There we go. Look at that, Bob. There's a whole new
Vantage point.
Can actually see what the fudge I'm doing.
You just wanted to sit closer to me. That's what it was.
Yeah, see, if we were thinking, we would have just piped your stream through my OBS from the basement, and then we just look like we're actually in the same room.
Tracy has had her morning coffee.
Oh yeah, smooth. Plus now people can see I'm actually using the book.
Ugh. Shenanigans.
All right. Least favorite part of the whole thing.
Car McDebt. How much does it cost and how long is the wait? Mark III kit, I think, is still $750.
Yeah, still $750.
Current lead times are always found on the site when the orders are placed, because it does fluctuate quite a bit.
And right now, I believe because of the Black Friday rush, they are at the 3 to 4 week wait. When I ordered mine, I was 1 to 2 week wait, and I did wait a little longer than, a day or two longer than 2 weeks.
And the Prusa Mini, currently running
200
$350 to
and a half
$400,
years.
depending on options, if I recall correctly.
$350 to $349 to start. Options are generally $20 extra per run.
It depends on whether you want to go with the bare kit or the bare bones assemble everything yourself kit, or the
Oh, right, they did change the
mostly
kit.
assembled.
Yes,
Correct.
yes. Sorry, the kit now is $349.
Mike says he didn't know you could read.
I can't.
That would be the problem. And then Dirty Harry found a great tool for loading filament to the MMU2. And gave us a Thingiverse link. I will copy that and save it for later.
Yep. His link will not show up in the chat, as I don't believe he has the wrenchification.
Correct.
Oh, I can hear somebody drumming upstairs.
He says it's a filament straightener, which could be useful. And Car McDebt says he prefers kits. You learn more, I think.
100% you do.
I agree with that.
I have had the fortune to completely rebuild my Mini from the ground up, as I replaced all the printed parts on it from the stock Prusa orange to a lovely shade of AMZ 3D Lake Blue.
So Thingiverse, of course, is being stupid and won't let me search by thing number.
No. Now
And yes, the Lake Blue parts on the Mini look great.
Oh, they're delightful. All right.
Mike's calling you a traitor for that, but...
Well, Mike, sometimes it has to happen. Oh.
Personal preference can be taken into account.
All right, I got to put a screw or a nut in.
So I do have the Thingiverse link for that filament straightener pulled up. It's an interesting idea. I have not found a need to straighten the filament yet. The way the PDF feeds in seems to work pretty well.
The nice part is kind of goes with the theme of.
It'll be something to put on the list to try later.
That's why I like that saying of your mileage may vary. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, find a way to make it work. Helps if I use the right length screws.
Speaking of pliers, we're going to use those. Pull off that screen protector.
Did you do it in slow, satisfying fashion?
I don't find as much satisfaction out of that as most people seem to. But it's okay. I can be wrong.
It's a true story. It's been known to happen.
Regularly.
So what I just did off camera was the nut was not lining up in the hole, so I took the step down sized from the 2 millimeter hex, stuck it in the hole, wiggled and jiggled it around till the screw lined up, and then put my screw in.
Perfect.
Having multiple tools is key.
It is a key.
All right. Now we will be inserting ta-da!
Now we need a power supply.
There.
Mike says, I don't get off on screen film removal and don't like Haribo. I should turn over my geek card. I find the Haribo to be too chewy. I prefer the Albanese.
Albanese gummies are a delight.
I didn't say I didn't like them. I said they weren't my favorite.
Is Llama making bad jokes again? Is that what I'm seeing here?
That's what you're seeing there.
Okay. Well, you know what it's time for?
Power?
More rods.
More rods?
I don't know if it says it in the instructions or not, but do not force your rod. That's how you break a seal on your bearings and send balls all over the place.
All right. This stream's getting a bit too adult rated for me.
Only if you make it that way.
Well, what's the fun in not?
I don't know. Not monetized.
We have to make it that way. That's just a fact of life.
Yeah, you know what I realized I didn't do and haven't done in a while?
Uh-oh.
Is any update videos since I got my leg.
You are correct, sir.
I was loading in YouTube this morning and I went, oh, right.
I was documenting a thing, and
I
I
was
stopped.
documenting stuff and then I stopped because it's a lot of work.
Well,
And
and the
walking
big
is
thing
a lot
had
of work,
happened.
too.
You know,
Yes.
once the lopping of the foot off.
Uh-oh. I lost a bob. Double uh-oh. Now I have to check to see if it's me or Bob. Nope, that's totally Bob. He's frozen on YouTube. Bob will be back eventually. Look, Renee, it was only a matter of time before it happened. Sorry, he had a good run. Yeah, Mike, I was alive and mobile, and the people around me knew what was up. But a lot of people use YouTube to research life events and things that are happening. And when things like this occur, they'll look up. I know I looked it up a lot when I was going through the process. So I'll do an update video. Maybe I'll do one next week. Whew. We are done the bare frame portion of things. All right. Yeah, and for anybody watching who doesn't know what's going on, in June of this year of 2020, all its joy, I had to have my left foot removed as they were not able to repair it anymore after 3 years of trying. So now I am a fancy robot-legged person, and it's delightful. It's a whole new life, but this thing works way better than my old one did, so I'm okay with that. All right. So I now need E-axis parts. And this is where a lot of the new Plus parts come in. They say they've got better airflow. They've got better filament path. They also have the stringing.
I don't know if I'm speaking with that.
What's wrong? Did I kill you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Fantastic.
I can see you.
Am I moving?
You look good, Bob.
Okay. You can always watch me again on YouTube.
Your audio went like dark mode, but you're still there.
Oh, YouTube is no longer live. That's the problem. I do apologize. I broke my main computer, and turning off the laptop, I lost internet connection.
Oh, dude, I know that feeling. All right. We need multiple bags here. There it is. I need the E-axis parts.
Mike says, does Prusa have a list of which parts work with the original Mark III hardware?
From looking at it, you're going to need there's more square nuts for sure needed, 100%, because of the different square nuts used in the different parts now. There's at least 4 more for the Y gantry. The printed parts here, I never thought of that when I printed out all those parts. I'm going to have to pick up some screws and stuff. There's like an M30 or an M3 by 30 that's back here and some square nuts. I think I'll have to figure that out as I go on my next rebuild. Mike, always making me think. Magnets. Yeah, I don't know if they have a list yet out there of these are the new parts. These are the parts you're going to need to upgrade.
There is an upgrade guide.
There's an upgrade guide. They're not obviously selling any parts just yet.
But it appears to be for the Moo. At least the one that I have bookmarked.
Yeah, now there is, I have it on the desktop in the other room, so I can share that at a later time. There is an update file for going to the Plus. I've seen it. I've read it. I have not memorized it. Oh, look at that little thing. Little teeny tiny M2. Oof. Not a fan.
I do recall there being an M2. If I remember right, it was for the filament sensor.
Yes. Well, right now we're getting into the extruder section, which means I need to check out my note.
Yeah, Mike, as things evolve, new parts might not fit with old printers, correct? It might be worth going through all of the various upgrade guides from whatever the old machine version number you've got is up to the new one to be able to get to where the new parts will fit.
Yeah, I think it has more to do with the just kind of the way that they integrate some of the parts and have maybe it's got an extra screw or they're using longer screws. I know that there will be a full and true upgrade kit. That's
Marcel, the Mark III kit is a complex build. Unlike most of the other printers I've seen, and even the Mini, it does not come as mostly assembled components that just need final combination or assembly.
Yeah.
Every individual component needs assembly.
Which, from a production standpoint, means you're spending less time making the product for the customer Means you can produce it a little bit faster. There are some things that you're like, man, I really wish they would just have this kind of already assembled. Like right now, I'm inserting all the. One of the things steps is you have to insert every single nut, every single T-nut, square nut, hex bolt, everything. And sometimes in these kind of situations, there's little tips on this. So I have to put these hex nuts into this printed part. And the preferred method is you take one of the longer screws and you draw it in from the other side. And that sucks it in nice and easy. There's no worry about cross-threading it or tilting it or something.
Mm-hmm. And it was those steps you're working on there where you're setting those nuts that I found that the electric screwdriver was really handy.
Yeah, that's a lot of forward and backwards. I definitely can say that starting stuff manually is a lot better. Also, these ball-headed guys make because you can just use it to push the nut in, and that's fantastic. Okay. All right.
Boy, that part cooling fan really does.
Oh, it blows.
Put out the draft, doesn't it?
Sure does.
My first pass at the self-test failed, but I think it was my fault. Didn't have the bed sheet on.
Oh, yeah, no, you need the sheet.
So we just run it again and move on. We'll load up some Filament.
One moment, I have to.
Good morning, Ed.
Oh. Ed of the Ivories. Oh man, lining these little screws and stuff up is sometimes a treat and not a treat. All right, take the smaller of the nut of the magnets. Oh, geez, which are jumpy little guys.
They really are. You'll need the other one in just a few minutes too.
So much so that one has cracked itself.
You should find spares in your spares kit.
It chipped off just the corner.
Okay.
Not a hypercritical move, in my opinion. Majority of the magnet will be hidden inside the printed part. Correct. But not the full thing. Just most of it. And an M3 18.
So since I know the other day we went through and looked at all of the Plus parts versus the Mark 3S parts, you know the physical differences in them.
Yeah.
You've got the extruder body there in your hand. Have you confirmed that it is the Plus?
I can, because there is more there's more airflow cutouts.
And that filament gap there is smaller.
Is much tighter. The other big piece is when you combine it with this lovely doodadder, which is the front one. There is a hexagonal hole that was not there before, and that's what gives camera's not going to be. That gives you an extra air hole thing through there, and an extra through there, and
nice.
Now, so now what I have to do is insert the magnet, the other half, the right way, and you don't want the two, like you don't want to put it in and have it pull the lever to the left. You want it to push away to the right.
The magnets should be set to repel, not attract.
Correct. Ooh.
Dirty Harry says his first printer was an Ultimaker 1 in 2013. 7 years of improvement, seems to get all in the Prusa printer, which he just got in December, and loves all the features.
Good. All right, now for the ball. The ball goes in the hole.
Self-test failed, and it looks like it's a heating issue.
What's nice is there's now a little, I think there wasn't here before, there's a little keyed hole for the ball. My kids are going insane upstairs. I don't know what's going on.
That's okay.
All right. I'm going to take a quick minute. I'm going to run upstairs. I'm going to refill my coffee. And then I'm going to come back down. We're going to keep extruding. Bob, you're in charge of entertaining the people.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, people. That's what you get.
You get a Bob. And Shane says they can't hear. So, oh, the kids. The kids are upstairs. I have a small problem with the Mini. During its heating cycle for the test, it failed. So that's going to be something that has to be checked on. I will go through and check the electronics. Make sure everything's plugged in properly. Turning it off and unplugging it's probably a smart thing to do. Correct, Llama, you've been bobbed. And as long as my laptop stays connected to the internet, we should be okay. No promises, though. No promises. Let's just double check everything's plugged in and nothing came loose while we were arranging wires. Thermistors, heaters, because that's where our problem was. And if none of this works, then after the stream, we'll reach out to the support channels and see what we can do. Realign our cables with this little clamp. Let's check and see how many folks we've got in here. 21 people watching Bob do nothing. That's horrible. Poke on. 21 people that really don't have anything else besides the Bob cam. Well, Jordan needed more coffee and to check on what was going on in the up of the stairs because families are things. So we let him get his coffee because an uncaffeinated monkey just isn't as entertaining. Uh-oh. We could offer the dog a cookie. That requires getting into the cookie cabinet. And juggling wires has my fingers full. Pumpkin King. That's the is that the which printer is that, Llama? Dirty Harry. What am I printing in the background? That is a there are these paint things, little squeeze bottles, puffy paints and stuff like that. That's a holder for those because I just got a bunch of those for Christmas for the wife. So I designed up a little holder for them and printing out. He's back. Let's not talk about him anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. The herd of elephants was upstairs elephanting.
Of course.
And there was some old coworkers of my wife who stopped by to say, return some stuff they borrowed a while back.
Okay.
And I saw the box of cookies and said, well, I need to have those.
Of course, cookies are important. We're going to rerun our self-test because I just confirmed everything is plugged in. It failed again, and it was on the heating cycle. Like it tells you its target and what it's at. And at some stage during the self-test, the what it's at went to 0. So, got some problems.
Uh-oh.
Nothing that support won't fix up for me when I reach out to them later. if this didn't fix it already.
If you're not already fixed yet. All right, I just went and grabbed a piece of filament while I was at it because we're at that stage in a moment.
I find using the small Allen key to work better as an alignment tool than filament.
I do both.
Ed, have fun with your shop organizing and insulation.
Oh, Ed, the shop organizing. Has the shipping container arrived? Did he say that? Do we know that?
I think that when he posted that, it was going to be a little while,
Hmm.
like a couple of weeks.
I think that's a great idea.
It is a good idea.
Our friend Ed here is going through a shop build / reorganization, kind of inherited a bunch of stuff, kind of is working on getting a bunch of stuff organized. And the idea was, I think, fantastic. Shipping container, move everything into the shipping container. And if it doesn't go in the container, it doesn't come back in the shop. Like,
you can kind of do it two ways. As you're putting it in the container, you can go through and say, this can go away. And as you're taking it out of the container and finding its home in the shop, you can do it again.
Mm-hmm.
And Filament Frenzy has joined us.
Shh, don't talk about him.
And my dog has joined us.
Shh, don't talk about her. Hey, Pokey's still here.
Pokey is still here.
Pokey must be working today.
Probably. And my hot end just went to 0 degrees again on the thermistor.
You've double checked that everything's plugged in appropriately?
It was working up until it got to 156 degrees, and then it went to 0.
Oh. Now for the Bondtech gear. The Bondtech gear.
But it says all tests finished successfully this time. So maybe that was the target temp I was reading?
Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't do a full temp. It only does a get it up to temp and move on.
To calibrate with currently loaded filament, press next. No, I need to load filament. I don't have any. Pokon says he never left and he's not working.
Well, la-ti-da.
I'm glad Pokon has a day to not work.
Oh, I love our Pokey. And Tom, it is done. It's finished. It's just not fully finished.
Really? That's the lie we're telling today?
Yeah. All right.
I'm done with that step. That's where we go.
Yeah. There's a 2mm piece of... that's a 1.5 Allen key.
Let's learn how to load filament on a Mini. I'm going to jam this all the way up into the gears.
What you need to do for the Mini is you're going to insert it past the filament sensor to the point that it's touching the gear. Then you're going to say yes, and you're going to start feeling the gear pulling as you're putting a little bit of pressure on it. And then it just goes, whee!
Wow, it just takes it.
Yeah. It
just takes it and runs.
Yep.
Who even needs a prep bed and extruder, right? Well, I find them helpful.
Hey, there's an extruder right there. It's just not finished.
We are purging filament.
And that is lined up.
I probably should not have chose this alien ooze for my first layer calibration check.
No.
I did it. It's a thing. I've got good eyes. I'm going to make it happen.
It's happened. There's no going back. Next, in our bag of extruder parts, we need the extruder cover. And a T-nut. or a square nut, sorry, square nut.
You sure it's not an anti-nut? I think I may coat this nozzle with and heat block with some of that PLA repellent paint.
Oh, some slice paint, huh? Okay. We're at a part that it says use the box of filament. And we're going to refer back to the updated sheet.
So, having never used a Mini before, some of the things it does are different.
Okay.
It heated the nozzle to full temperature to load the filament. Now it's cooled it to 170 before it starts to do its Beshmed level. I'm assuming it's going to pump the temp back up to do the filament extrusion.
Yes, it goes to 170, and that's where it does the mesh bed leveling at 170. Then it parks itself and prepares to be fully heated. That's the Einzee. There is the hot end in here. It's amazing that when you build a printer yourself, ooh, little E3D sticker.
Yes.
You start to realize how small some of these components really are.
They really, really are.
Yeah.
Careful with the wires there.
Yeah, what's funny is it says don't cut the zip tie. There's no zip tie on these wires.
Something's holding them together.
An elastic.
Same difference.
Yeah. I never did that anyway.
So it's parked and we're heating.
Cool.
Mike says those seem like spare parts to Tom.
Oh, print bed and extruders, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are spare parts. So you're going to insert a couple screws so that you have them for later. You're going to take a heater.
Oh, that needs some serious squish. That purge block looks poopy.
All right. Hot end assembly was completely reworked from the MK3 to avoid bad placement. Okay. Any future maintenance is much easier. Place the hot end next to the extruder body.
I think that'll be a good number.
Here's a key step, as we've seen, can be forgotten.
Yes.
Is
Make sure the groove mount is in the groove.
Yeah, there's a groove mount. You could insert it here, although I'm noticing that would probably let it almost fall out. It just goes right like that. These blocks are very well machined blocks, let me tell you.
Dan and Chris Travis are both back.
Together?
At the same time.
Oh.
Do I want to repeat this? No, I'm good with that. Calibration successful. Happy printing. Okay, I don't like this. Does the Mini not present the bed to you to unload?
No.
That's interesting. Let's see what files are on the thumb drive.
Maybe it does in the actual G-code run through the G-coding thing, slicer, that thing. But potentially with the bed tuning one, I don't believe it does.
Let's see. Should we do a tree frog or a buddy?
Oof. We should do a not knock your screws all over the table.
Agreed. The tree frog is an hour 15. Buddy is 2 hours.
Hey, you got time, Bob.
$2 hours for the sheep.
One, two screws, delightful.
It says 2 hours for a benchy as well.
It's a little much.
32 minutes for a whistle.
Yep, I like the whistle. The whistle's a good one.
3 hours for a screw.
Actually, you know what? I like the screw. That was my favorite.
Hour and a half for the nut.
Well, sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you don't. I do like the little image preview. Let's.
Looks like the image preview.
Yeah.
Epic.
Let's spit out a whistle.
I think I have that whistle in my pocket.
Belgian says, a Prusa, and has joined us. So yay for that.
Yeah. Hey, Belgian. I believe he is waiting on some parts to repair his.
Somebody asked how his belt iFactory printer was. He said he broke it, and he's waiting for a new heat break.
Downside to that setup, much like any, if the homing is not correct or something and you ramrod it into existence, it ramrods back at you.
Half an hour, Mike. Then I'll put a whistle in my pocket.
And he will be happy to see you.
We've never met, but I'm sure that's going to be a thing.
Oh. Thanks for hanging out with, 23 people apparently. What?
23 people. 2022 will probably be the year for physical meetups again.
I could see that being a thing.
I could see skipping 2021 just out of caution.
Mm-hmm. At least, quite frankly, I would really like to have some of my family to be able to go see.
Correct.
There she goes. These little square nuts are just tight enough to be a pain in the butt. Okay. IR sensor. Away. IR sensor cable. Take the IR sensor cable. locate the end with the smaller connector. Place it in the X carriage so that the
Chris wants to know when there's going to be a radio show called Monkey and the Bob.
Wait, you're saying there isn't already? Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Sergio, we do need a maker fair after COVID-19 is dead. I would say that instead of as soon as it's over, give it a little bit to confirm it doesn't resurrect as a zombie.
Yeah. No way I enjoy this part of things.
It's a fairly quiet printer.
Dude, it is very quiet. Yeah, it's nice.
Wire management is a thing. I wonder how they've, you know what? The Mini is printing. Let me update my instructions to get to where you're at.
Step 17 of the E-axis.
That's the wrong build guide. Show more.
You know, I'm just not happy with the way this cable is routing. I hear audio. What am I hearing?
Step 17, assembling the IR sensor cable. You're probably hearing one of my very loud children.
Right. There we go. That looks nicer.
Step 666, sell your soul. Interesting, it puts its perch right in the middle of the bed.
Up front, right?
Yeah, but not starting on the left side, in the middle.
Route those, tighten those. Got it. Step 19, Bob. We're on assembling the X carriage.
Put all the things in the places with the stuff.
Uh-huh. Got it. Okay.
And a couple of those screws are tough to get to.
Yeah, it's again the
Looks like
ball head.
It looks like they've made that a bit easier, actually.
That was quite simple, but ball head.
Yes.
Bond house
For the win.
Ball head for the win. If you're not using a ball head driver, you're not winning at life.
Or Marcel is reminding us. Blue tape all the things.
No.
Screws are unnecessary. Llama it up.
Now then. I have to be cautious.
That's the IR sensor.
It is the IR sensor. It just goes in like that, and this little screw goes in like that. And
You'll need your M2 screw, because why not? Chris isn't keeping up. We're not forgetting blue tape. We're intentionally not using it.
Okay.
And you'll slip your M40 in there, or M3x40. Oh, Chris made tri-tip sandwiches. That sounds delicious. Close up all the gaps with that screw.
Mm-hmm. And the gaps are closed. We have a small loop of wire off the butt side of the sensor.
Hooray.
We have a thing and a thing and a thing and a thing.
A thing with the stuff and the place and the thing.
Now we take the fan and we're going to undo this. As it is very easy to follow the instructions when they tell you what to do. All right. So now what you're going to do is you take that like this.
Chris, that is the stock fan that it came with.
Yeah, don't you go telling me to modify things here.
Ah, so the question is, and it may be too late to find out.
It's a Noctua.
There we go.
I knew that question was coming, so I just flipped it over to look.
This alien ooze looks really good.
Always. Always, always. Alien3D.us. Helps if I actually put the right. All right, coffee break. Oh!
I think the handle that I'm going to put on the Mini needs to be done in the ooze.
Well, let me tell you a little secret, good sir. Our good friend Josh has two variants of PETG. One of them is probed, which is a darker green, and there is actually an ooze PETG.
I don't
So
know
if-
that I need to go with PETG for a handle, though.
No, what I'm saying is start the trend on what you'd like your printer color to become.
Oh, I see.
So if you're going to start with it, because you could do a PLA handle. It's
Okay.
what-
I see where you're going.
But if you're not thinking of doing an Alien Ooze printer, perhaps don't do an Alien Ooze handle. Things to think about. M3x40 with screw.
We had a conversation yesterday about V-slot and T-slot.
We did, because that's a 30-30 slot.
so let's just grab this little piece of the, and say that gap is slightly larger.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is a spare grub screw that's in this bag for the Bondtech gears.
Check all the holes of the Bontex. As long as they're all full.
I
Yes.
can only have one.
No, some of them have two. Some of the gears do have two. I don't remember which ones.
One gear. All right. More printed parts, more printed parts. We are at a idler. It needs to go in thusly. This needs to go in.
See, I what's official and what's not, I don't care. It's a 3-second look it over and make sure there's not an empty hole.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if that's just a spare.
I believe I got spares in mine as well.
So one thing you will notice is in the mini kit, in the
Mhm.
spares, there
Mhm.
are spare grub screws that hold on the heat break. Those stripped like butter.
3 of them. You do have spare grub screws in your.
Bye, Bob. I think I did that.
Okay.
Oh, yes. I don't know if it's going to focus. I chose black filament because that's what it was loose. But it is a perfect alignment.
Nice.
Delightful. Which also now reminds me. Snug that up. Take the idler door. Oh, one thing I can tell a difference on this idler door from the previous to the new version is the door flap, like the hinge pin, is shorter. So there's a little bit more play back and forth. So even if you reef this thing down till it owes you money,
you're not going to get that over tightened.
You're not going to pinch this in.
I wouldn't put it past somebody to do it.
And the other part of things is the door now opens up much higher.
Nice.
Which makes cleaning and clearing debris.
If only we could get the MMU version to do that as well.
Oh, if only it could open up so much. Now we're just
says he's going gaming with the last amount of free time he has. So have fun, Pokon.
Oh, I forgot a screw.
You forgot a screw?
Oh, I forgot to put a nut in the door. That's okay. We do it now.
I had the wrong set of instructions open.
And we set this screw so that it is just flush with the body. And that's that. Now we take the little printed fan nibbin and we insert a nut.
Shane, we are on step 5 of 8. Just flush with the body with filament loaded. Well, that can be adjusted later.
Yeah. Because we just inserted that.
That filament sensor cover is an interesting redesign.
Yeah. The one of the other redesigns which we're about to get to that I really actually think is a good idea is this next one. And that is the fan shroud.
The fan shroud.
So do you see this little ear off the side of the fan shroud?
Mm-hmm.
It literally has a slot in which that little fan shroud slides in and holds it in place. I think I need an M3 by 20. I think that's what this is here. M3 by 20, correct. And so one side of the fan shroud, black on black on black. It's great. Thanks, Prusa. So one side of the fan shroud is got a M20 or M3 by 20 nut through the fan that holds it in. The other side of it, though, now clips into the body of the extruder. So it will not, like, you cannot droop the fan.
Yeah.
Oh.
Print fan parts.
Yep. Now we're working on the PWM housing. The Mini is delightful, isn't it, Bob? It's just...
Well, small hiccup in the assembly. On the screen, it said, go through and double check your electrical connections and try again.
Yeah.
Did it. Then it succeeded. And now it's 62% through a whistle.
Come along now, fan. Are you too good for your home?
Yes. I think there is, a matter of fact, there is, in fact, some details on the assembly there. Make sure you get the fan blower opening, the exhaust port of the fan, lined up with the shroud first, then attach that top screw. That will get you into alignment. Just don't over tighten because those do crack really easy.
Oh, the fans, yeah.
With a pair of M3 by 20s. Looking at this screen, it is tempting to treat it as a touch screen, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Happened lots.
Printing time, remaining time, that's That's fantastic.
Even tells you what material it is when you're looking at the G code preview.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yep.
It does say PLA right there on the screen. It tells me where my Z height is. Very interesting.
So I feel like this is not sunk down all the way.
Boy, Chris came in salty.
What's wrong?
We finally get G-code previews. Cough, Repetier.
Cough. I don't know about Repetier.
I don't. Not a fan. I'm sure it works well. I hear there's free versions that work pretty well. Moto has octopus as its mascot.
You know, my printer that I just sold, the FlashForge Adventurer 3, had preview images built into it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was kind of nice.
It does seem to be nice.
Okay, that goes in there. Oh, Bob, are you ready? Can I get a dun 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 dun? Oh, that's indie.
That's indie.
Whatever.
I think you're just looking for a dun da da da.
Yeah. Super Pinda! Which our mild-mannered skeptical friend Chris has pointed out is a delightful little Pinda. Great, now that's going to be in my head for a day and a half.
We could change it. See, I didn't even have to do it. All I had to do was say change it.
Yep. So there's a very important step that is mentioned here about making sure that you have a loop coming off and out. Like you need to have just a little bit of,
Mhm.
bit of slack
Give you some
on your wires.
adjustment room.
Yep. We're not overly concerned about the height of the Pinda at this current juncture, so we're just gonna.
Correct.
For the following step, please prepare 2 zip ties.
How do you prepare a zip tie? Do you pull them out of the bag and say, prepare yourself?
Prepare yourself for zipping. I don't know. Now, if I was smarter, I would just go get the package of zip ties I have that's already open. We're gonna do smarter.
You don't keep them on your desk in a handy little holder?
I do when I'm at my computer.
Oh, see what you get for being in the kids' playroom.
Yep. But I also have a package set aside from the assembly of the printer of the appropriately Prusa sized zip ties.
Chris, who hates great tech? None of us hate great tech. We just don't bash on everything else.
I think you'll be quite
People
clear
hate
to.
zip ties. Okay.
I love zip ties. Look at that right there. Zip ties. So
Oh, I can
love this.
understand that. It's the internet. The internet's a big place, and some people just don't like to get along.
You get a big giant bag of zip ties with the printer.
That you will never
That's
need
how
all
many are
of.
left over from my MK3 build. Like,
Yeah.
I think you use that. And even now, you use 4 less zip ties than you did before.
Correct.
Prepared 2 zip ties.
Zip ties serve a good function in life. You should always have an assortment.
Yeah, you should.
If you don't like zip ties, your life is boring.
It's like that whole, do you smoke, do you drink, do you eat red meat? If you don't, what are you doing with your life?
Smoking, drinking, and eating red meat.
Yeah.
And using zip ties.
Smoking is bad, by the way. Don't smoke. All right, we can put away the filament. By the way, I've managed, Bob, to get filament out of my office again.
Ugh.
Now, this is a step that requires
3D print TPU zip ties that don't break. Okay? It needs extra zip ties. Just run them randomly down the wire loom.
It needs to put the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again.
It's almost warm enough outside for the hose. Oh, we're bridging. Did we just bridge over nothing? I think we just bridged over nothing.
Oh, it's a good little bridger. The mini is a good little bridger. It's no Captain Bridger, but it's a good little bridger.
Captain Bridger. Wow. Thanks for the callback. Do you remember the show?
Do I remember the show? Hang on, let me find the DVDs.
Really? That big of a fan, huh?
My wife was.
She has
Sequest
good
was
taste.
good, man. Sequest.
She has good taste. Sequest DSV for the win.
Yeah. All right.
So many people don't get my horrible taste in old shows.
Okay. So you do that. You make sure those are through there. You make sure those are through there.
Some of them are pretty hard to find on DVD too.
All right. I think we're gonna look at the back of the printer now for a few minutes.
And there's our favorite Shane.
Hey, it's that guy, Shane.
How many fingers does Jordan have, and did he lose any?
Nope, just a leg, Shane. Just a leg.
We've discussed it. This hobby it costs an arm and a leg for most people, but he's a shrewd negotiator.
I was gonna wear that T-shirt today, but it wasn't out of the wash yet. But this lovely one was, and so I did.
And the timing worked out.
Zip tie the top, forget the bottom, tighten and cut the zip ties, put those over there. These go over that because they're going to come together. This goes, oh, I think that was there before, but I don't know. In the part that connects to the bearings, there's a small notch at the bottom for the wire, I think, to slide up into for the.
Oh, I see that in this picture. That is nice. I don't remember if that was there or not before.
I couldn't tell you.
Chris says there's always been a notch.
Oh, good.
Well, we still appreciate the notch.
Chris, behave yourself. All right.
Sequest was the first big show that used Amiga-generated animation, so Mike was a fan. Mike, do you recall in the later seasons of Sequest, they changed it from Sequest DSV to Sequest and a year? Do you remember the year?
It's like 2021 or something silly.
I have a finished whistle.
Let's blow that whistle.
Oh, we are not blowing the whistle. We are inspecting the whistle. A little bit of stringing inside.
Would you care to wet your whistle?
Nothing horrible.
Ugh.
And no, Shane, not C-Lab 2021. They actually did change the name of Sequest in the later years. They took...
well, because they did time travel.
They took a couple of years off as well, and then they did time travel.
Because, you know, the hallmark of any great sci-fi
is jumping the shark with time travel.
Yeah. We can't progress the storyline anymore. Quick, time travel.
Llama may be correct with 2032.
You know what? I think he's right. Knowing that he is a shrewd llama, I'm sure he has Googled.
Recently watching the show.
Because in the later episodes is where one of my favorite characters comes into play, which is the tortoise head dude.
Yes. Dang it. That whole family.
Dagwood.
DeLuise.
That is Peter DeLuise.
That is Peter DeLuise, who was, in fact, I believe, a producer.
Yes, he was.
Just a moment. Hey, Chris. We'll stop Jordan and make him double check it.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, this don't seem right. That's because it ain't. I put it on upsy downsies.
Thank you for paying more attention than we were.
No, I get there. I just don't get there swiftly. I was like, hang on, this is not right.
I was distracted by thinking of the DeLuises because, believe it or not, in that show, at some point, all three of them showed up. Two of them as regular characters.
And if you want to take it one step further, there's also some Stargate SG-1
correct
DeLuise callouts that we can make.
Oh, there's some good ones,
including the entire alternate
show
Wormhole
Extreme. Yes.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giant nerds.
Correct, sir. And CJ's joined us. And no, we're not keeping up with gummy bear intake.
Okay, so this X, they really need to make the Y belt longer and the X belt shorter. Chris, your save just there, what your assisted save, earns you 10% more volume next time we're in Discord. A whole 10.
A whole 10.
A whole 10. Just for you, buddy. Now, the one thing I am going to do, it may or may not say to do it in the step here, is I'm going to make sure, it does say to do it. I'm going to loosen these to make sure I get maximum inward push so that should I need to tighten the belt, I have the most amount of outward movement available. And not should I need, but when I need.
Their tensioning steps still reference oddities.
And here's a step that requires side cutters that are not included. Look, I want to make it very clear to anyone who doesn't know me. You may consider people fanboys or what have you. I call it like I sees it. Not including the basic snips is dumb.
What's weird is that Prusa could cut those belts to the exact length.
This is not a variable.
Neither is the bed.
Right. But yet somehow this extra, like, if I could have half of this length on the bed and half of this length, like, just give me half. Because now, see, I am substantially loose on my belts, and I'm hoping that this little rim rodder
I have a curiosity question. Let's run a test. Oh,
Okay,
that's
so
a bad idea. Not going to do it.
that was actually incredibly easy to tighten that up, Bob.
Good. Did you follow the pinch the belts and twist method listed in the instructions for pre-tensioning?
No, I did the
I've done printers forever. I know what I'm doing method. Got it.
I did it the pull it tight, makes a noise, good enough. I love
The
this
belt system someone did on the Maker Select was awesome. You printed holders that for the ends that fit into the body and screwed in. Nice.
Now, okay, before
He says you're
building
loose.
this printer, huh? I can snug it up more, yeah. Before building this printer, I wondered about the system of doing it this way, where you're tightening it up. Motor side. Yeah, that's better. And I still actually have, the travel is much better on this.
Yeah.
There's way more room for adjustment. Like the old system, if you were out by 2 teeth, you're that's out. Like you're not getting that tight. You have to restring the back. Now this system has a lot more play left and right. Like I'm only using StreamYard, so I'm sorry if I'm delayed, but Chris is right. Like it's
You're not
3 millimeters, right?
You're not far behind.
I do love the step where it says grab the belt, like grab the shaft of the motor with the
They did away with that in this new instructions.
Right here, testing the belt axis, grab the shaft and give it a twist. Why can't I just use my finger?
Oh, I hadn't got that far yet. Step 52.
Okay.
And then they want you to trim the belt. They want you to just temporarily put it in until you get those steps done and then trim it. Oh, wow.
Well, if you trimmed it wrong,
You are now officially out of luck.
you are now officially SOL. And I don't agree with SOL. All right. Tighten that.
Shane says that you're talking dirty now.
Nylon guide preparation. Huh. Oh, there it is.
In the package.
In the package. And again, here's a thing where, they tell you to cut the end of it to be a
To a
point.
sharp point.
Which I see, I get, I understand.
And they say to do it using the pliers.
Yeah.
So with their idea of tensioning on the x-axis, or testing the tensioning on the x-axis being to grab it with the pliers, it kind of makes sense for them to be including the pliers.
Using the pliers, insert the nylon filament into the pointed end and slot and twist it.
Put it in the hole. Boy, they really want you to yank it in there, don't they?
Well, and the part is you also have to provide pressure on the front.
Push and yoink.
That's in there. There's a certain point where you kind of feel it pop. All right. Now then, take the rear cover. And take this. Insert a screw through this. Insert it into Mia. After, of course, inserting.
That goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Okay.
We're gonna wow stick it.
Stick it with the wow.
It does make running these screws in easier. I'll give you that one. All right, so now you stick this in here, make sure that hole's that way, and you snug.
Oh, poop.
Oh, poop.
That's going to be some extra work.
What's that? What's extra work?
On Twitter this morning was a tweet from Matt saying, hey, what are you guys printing now that Christmas is over?
Aha.
And I said, this little holder for paints for their wife, because it's what you do. And one of the Dimlos or Daimlos said,
Daimlo.
hey, is that file available somewhere? Well,
You said if I have to.
not yet, but I can post it. And then I just realized that file's on the desktop of the computer I broke.
Yep, that ain't happening. Sorry.
No, it'll happen. I have it saved to OneDrive, so I just have to find it, put it in the places with the things.
And upload it to that site with a silly name.
Printers of Prusa.
Now, yeah, this goes through there.
What is this STL? Nope. Nope. There it is.
Oy, there's so many wires, Bob.
Copy that, paste it over here. So that was easier than I thought it was going to be. Thank you, OneDrive.
Today's show is not sponsored by OneDrive.
Today's show is not sponsored. Anybody who would like to remedy that situation, please reach out directly.
Actually, you know what? Good point.
Oh, good luck, Shane. He's got to run away. He also says that he'll sponsor our show. Chris
Yay.
does.
Chris? What's Chris sponsoring with?
I'm not. This is not an adult content show.
You know when you're getting near the end of a big long step and you look at the screws and you go, huh, there's some screws left over.
Why are there so many extras of these? Well, you do still have some nuts to put in the back of that carriage. Nope, you done it.
Nope, done that. Yeah.
For those, are you on step 61 or 62?
61. I'm putting the 4 in the back of the butt.
Correct, Llama. Adult content show needs adults. Chris says a roll of Jesse to whoever guesses how long this build will take.
Well, I'll take the role of Jesse because guess who's in control of how long this takes? Checkmate.
Checkmate out too.
Patreon.com
Is no longer a thing, I heard. I think Mr. Mac let the domain expire.
All right.
He added, monkey is excluded from this contest.
Hang on.
And so are Canadians and Europeans. Oh.
I don't know what you're talking about. Moderated.
Oh, at least we can have some fun.
Okay, so I currently have a M18,
Really?
3 M10s, and a hex nut.
It's been known for them to have extras in the packages, so that doesn't really surprise me too much.
Right, and everything is secured. I'm not missing anything. Chris would have told me if I was wrong.
So now you're up to the nylon sleeve.
Now we're getting up to the nylon sleeve. And the part that I like to make sure I do appropriately is putting the zip ties in so they are all the same orientation.
They do actually give you specific orientations for them. In step 63 is a good picture of that orientation.
Yeah. The lower ones get inserted right to left. The upper ones get inserted left to right.
I wouldn't worry about the lower ones yet. It's the upper ones that you need for that sleeve first.
They all go in the hole, Bob.
They also all go in from left to right.
Do they really?
Just some of them pointed up and some of them pointed down.
Yeah. Well.
I'm sorry. I just told you the wrong thing. Right to left. I don't know my directions.
Mm.
Maybe your kids can help me with that.
This is maybe a step that I messed up on my other one, where I may have had three zip ties for the top and 2 for the bottom versus.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Yeah.
I may have had it the other way though.
Okay.
Because that's been known to happen.
So the important thing here is where that latching mechanism of the zip tie lands on the cable bundles.
Yeah.
Because of your homing actions.
Yeah. Textile sleeve, textile sleeve. So now we go 3 up.
And honestly, for all of the flapping of the gums that we did early on in the stream, we're not even 4 hours into this and you're this far along. So
yeah, and that's with screwing up. Now then, gently undo this. Oh, yes. Okay.
what is the first print going to be? Jeremy Babcock, who is back from lunch, would like to know.
I don't know. Let's do a team vote because it ain't happening for a while.
No?
Well, I mean, if I get it built, yeah, but I gotta put it in a specific home.
Have we official build time ends when Jordan begins a print, and apparently on Chris's Twitter is a Jesse giveaway for this build.
Oh. When does the deadline to enter occur, and can I use multiple accounts? My secret shadow accounts.
Jordan likes his 40/40 test cubes, so maybe that'll be a thing.
I know what the first print's going to be, and I'm not telling anybody because it's hilarious.
You have to use a Google form, and they have until Chris says it's over to guess. So on that note, let's break for lunch. Ah!
I am getting hungry.
Kidding on the Google form.
here's another trick of the whole thing is having already done it once, I know what needs to happen with this wire bundle.
I really should design up a hand tool to make looming that easier. Because it wouldn't be that difficult. All you really needed to do is split the loom and insert the wires.
Yeah, I have a hand tool. It's called my
It
hand.
doesn't work very well. I've got an idea in my brain. I just have to get it out into Fusion, and that's going to be a problem for about a week.
I can give you a tip on that.
Just the tip.
Is take a look at tools that are used to strip Romex wire.
Correct.
Coffee break. Oh.
Water.
Yeah. No, we're not hydrating yet. We're filling ourselves with caffeine, so we keep going.
I've had my daily allotment of coffee.
Done. I have tweeted the Rees for you, Chris. There you go. We're on it. It's happening. It's a thing.
It's a thing.
All right. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised. Like, we're flying right now.
Uh-oh. A thing exists. Yeah, but that's from wire care. That's not something I just put on my printer and spit it out.
Yeah. Oh.
Paste. Because a simple
ring with a ring with a finger.
Something like that would be cool, but there's easier ways.
Oh, this right here is for Mike. Never let the machines win.
Bright
Fancy.
orange.
Oh,
They exist in STL form as well. I'm sure they do. I just hadn't looked.
hey man, that might help.
What'd you find?
I'm just trying to go back to see how far it is because I know what I forgot. Let's just see if anyone else noticed.
Uh-oh.
It's not that critical. It's critical.
That cover up top. I said that earlier. We even talked about it.
Did you? I don't know what I'm doing anymore, Bob.
I said that design's filament sensor cover is pretty nice. And you said, yes, it is. And then off you went. I thought you'd already done it.
And the filament sensor cover, I guess I'll use this mic camera.
Yeah.
You see that nice little notch in it there?
For the
door to open up more. Yeah.
Conrad says, greetings from Poland.
Poland. I like Poland. You know what I love the most from Poland?
Sausage?
The food, man. The pierogies and punchkis. Punchkis. Every fat kid needs to eat punchkis.
I'm not sure I know what that is.
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't our friend... Oh, there's screws in here. Isn't our friend Warkaki from Polish descent?
Descent, yes.
Descent. I'm very specific on my terminologies.
Ryan Thorpe, this is going to be a stock printer before it gets any modifications.
Mm-hmm. And there is going to be a fundraiser for... No, I'm just kidding. All right.
WFO Rider.
WFO Rider. Yeah. WFO was talking to me about the bear frame the other day, and I haven't decided how I'd... Ooh. They're already attached. Oh, fancy.
What's that? The cables?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's normal.
I don't remember from last time, to be honest with you. Steps like this, I kind of just sleep through. So yeah, my friend Chris would know about punchkis because, well, they're delicious.
That will be a discussion for a future time.
Well, Bob, I can save you the trouble. They're like a donut,
Ah, nice.
but not just any donut. A super delightful, awesome donut. Oh, hang on. Did I take that little nib out of the screen? Yeah, it's not clean.
Five more hours and Chris can comment on Facebook again. Uh-oh. Conrad
guys-
says, like donuts, only better.
Yeah, only better.
More of a cake donut or a yeast donut?
Yes.
Fantastic.
More like a yeast donut. And just full of the delicious flavors.
A good, fresh yeast donut is fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And they have jelly, and some have raspberry jam, some have like a
Nice.
custard, not like Boston cream, but like a
WFO says 6 hours, 39 minutes, 37 seconds to calibration. Go, Jordan, go.
I think I'll have to maybe run a small contest of sorts to see what color this MK3 turns out to be in the future.
That could be interesting. Justin, we told you earlier, the only person allowed to set fire to things is you.
Yeah, we save that right for you, buddy. We don't want to step on your toes.
It's the only thing we're saving for you, but we're saving it for you.
I mean, you can step on one set of my toes all you want. It doesn't hurt, so.
Ryan Thorpe, is this one getting an MMU as well?
Not unless somebody else is buying it. I've bought one, and quite honestly, I don't know that I don't think I would. That's going to be a hard no. That's a hard no.
Yeah, I think it's better to have one not MMU.
Yeah, because the whole reason why I got this one was to get back some of the
quality of life things that you lose with the MMU,
and the ability to, like, if I need to throw it in, I have a Wham Bam hot box. If I need to throw it in the hot box for enclosure printing. I can. Boom. Done.
You know,
The
I don't
knob.
have one of those yet,
The knob on the screen.
which is kind of silly.
I like that they switched the knob to the mini style.
The triangular knob.
The 3-way knob. Much better than the wheel knob. Quite honestly.
Have fun, Conrad.
Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by.
Sir Will says he canceled his MMU order.
Oh, Sir Will. If you're rewatching the stream, we jokingly made reference to your predicament.
We did.
With the make sure the thing's set nice. Because it was Will that had a problem that we just never seen before. Which can happen. All right. We are on to heated bed.
As long as it's not a yeeted bed, we'll be okay.
We don't need this anymore.
That was a horrible, horrible joke. I shouldn't have made it.
Well, you did. It happened, and it's on the internet.
Yes, but it's on your channel, so it'll never be seen.
True story. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend Bob. You say friend? I don't understand. Neither do I. All right, what am I looking for here?
Screws and washers and nuts.
A couple washers. It'll take 2 seconds to stand these little standoffs up, or else they're going to fall and roll.
And the round end of the cable.
Is that Chris giving this advice?
Nope. I looked at the instructions.
Okay, I'll accept it then. And although Chris knows what he's doing, I would like to give him a hard time.
It's fun. It's a requirement, in fact.
It is the way, as all the kids are saying.
It's the way. Did you finally catch up on that?
I'm done. Yep, done.
Nice. Spoilers.
Okay. Spoiler alert. I was okay. So we're going to take an M3x10, a screw.
It's the strain relief for the bed PET G. I don't know what materials they're printing their parts in these days.
Everything is PET G.
Except for the fan shroud, I believe.
Except for the fan shroud, which is ASA. Everything else is PET G. All right. M3N. What is an M3N?
Nylock.
M3NN. Ooh, double N.
M3N would stand for M3 Nylock.
This is that moment in time where we're like, just put whatever wire on whatever side we want. Just Yeats McGee here.
No, they do specifically show you where to put the wires, and this time it's correct.
And also, the other thing is when you put these terminals on, you're supposed to have, there's a little kick up and over on the, and that's supposed to be flat to the bed.
Correct.
The only way that can happen is if the red is to the inside, which on this is the correct mounting orientation.
You do have a little bit of twist you can do in those wires, but yes.
Black wire must be connected to ground. Red wire must be connected to VCC. Here's a step in the instructions where they could have just saved themselves a good, and that said black, and make that red font. Just to be extra. All right.
Brian Thorpe says, why aren't you wearing the hoodie? I'm going to go with because it's probably not very cold down in that basement.
Dude, I'm wearing shorts right now. Okay. So I have to take this printed part. I have to insert. What's the fidget toy, Bob?
I'm sorry. It's the screw gauge.
Nice. Screw gauge fidget toy. That's the best.
You put it on an Allen key and you spin.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Mike. Colorblind. Proofing. But it would still have the right word. And as you know, bird is a word. All right.
And for this, the Discords, we would play that song.
Yep. Insert this.
Is that missing the studs at the back of the bed?
Nope, they're right here.
Okay, the camera's just not picking them up.
Yep. No, it really isn't.
Yes, another earworm.
We'll be here all week. Because at this rate, that's how long it's going to take me to finish this.
Tip your waiter, try the veal.
All right. Now, my least favorite part of this whole thing.
Did that big bill get signed, killing the music industry? I don't know what you're talking about, Mike.
Now you want to route this through there and out
That's silly.
here.
Don't put it through the first gap. Put it through the second one. The first one is
Yep.
wrong. That's silly.
And now you take any one of the two textile sleeves remaining because they're the same. What are you printing now on the Mini? Anything?
Absolutely nothing, because I need to slice something for the Mini. And wouldn't you know it, all of my files are not on my laptop.
You need the nut and bolt, man.
I need the nut and bolt.
It's a fun fidget.
All right. Let's go stop.
And I'm also a fan of nut in one color, bolt in another kind of thing.
Home. Print. Screw or nut first?
Do the screw first.
Screw first. 3 hours, 27 minutes, and print. Print this torque wrench. What torque wrench? Really? Thanks, Chris. Apparently the torque wrench that Chris would like me to print is on his computer.
Oh, good. Apparently, I guess I can give Chris that wrench.
Oh, that was silly of you.
I know. When will I ever learn?
I wonder, printing a torque wrench with a material other than that it was designed for, would that throw the torque out of spec?
Or would you use the flex of the material to be a set torque value?
Correct. And by changing materials, you change that value.
Ooh. Now, is it a one-time use torque wrench? Torque till it snaps?
Torque wrench handles from 1 Newton meter, nanometer, to 3. So I've got PLA here. I'm wondering what this was designed for. Sir Will says, wow, we really are all geeks. Pet G, 100% infill. Well, I've got PLA loaded, so I'm not going to print Pet G right now.
Nah, print the nut. It's already pre-sliced on the damn thing.
Oh, the bolt is already mesh bed leveling.
Mesh bed leveling.
This is an interesting little torque wrench, though. I have looked at it before, especially when it comes to tightening nozzles and whatnot. I thought it to be an interesting idea. I don't know if it's strong enough to get to that torque level, though. I'm trying to remember what the value was. $1.5, and that's it within the range of the one that he's got in the files here. So that would be a good print to do. When I load Pet G for the bare parts, I will print a few of those. Oh, Shane with the winner idea. Fantastic. We have Pet G in our alien boxes. We could use that for these wrenches.
Right. Okay. One heated bed assembly assembled.
We'll get the alien 3D boxes out.
Now what we're going to do is hate our life.
Back to the destructions. You got that sleeve all done. Yes, you do. Now you got to use some spacers. So I haven't had nearly as much trouble with this step as has been implied. Just by using the pliers, grabbing them, slip them in the hole, and put the screw in.
Yep. And once you get a couple of them, like also I have none of these are tight, right? I'm just putting them in the hole.
Well, yeah, you can't tighten them yet.
No. No, I've assembled way more annoying components in my life with HVAC supply stuff.
Yeah. The magnets can be a pain, but I haven't ran into much of a problem with it. Heino joined us.
Heino! Heino just created a Patreon account.
He did.
Heino's going to start modeling things.
Well, that will be exciting to watch out for.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the day that Heino models a crazy monster dragon that rivals the dragons he's printed before.
Oh, there's one. So once they're all in loose, they do actually give you a torque sequence on them.
That's cute.
It really is.
It's funny, these outer holes are tighter.
Mm-hmm.
Like the screw threads.
Sergio, there's mixed opinions on the Nylock upgrade, and our opinion of this printer so far is do it stock first, give that a shot, and then start tinkering.
Mm-hmm. Because, quite frankly, the damn thing works. But Sergio knows that. Sergio's.
So middle screw first. Chris is technically correct again, which is his favorite kind of correct.
Ah! Then the 4 inner screws.
Speaking of modifying the directions to fit my belly, I not only assembled the printer, but also got a successful test print and haven't even opened the gummy bears.
Oh, that's a shot of gummies. You got to take that shot.
They're too chewy for doing that live on the interwebs.
All right. Heated bed. Assembled.
Heated bed assembled. Prepare the PSU.
Prepare the PSU. Open it like a fat kid at Christmas. And this would be the time where you grab the Prusa screwdriver, which I haven't even dug out yet. Sergio will recognize this.
Yeah, so do I.
But this is a Klein 10-in-1 HVAC version.
I understand, but it's the same one that we used in plumbing.
As there is a Schrader valve core.
Yep.
And a Schrader tap built into it. And Robertson's. It's also got nut drivers built into it. It's a great thing.
Correct.
Support Klein. They're good.
Klein makes good tools.
They are good tools. All right. Now then, this is this part that's hilarious, is they tell you to do this, to add these wires after you have it mounted to the thing. What? No.
Oh, there you go. Altering instructions again.
Yep.
Put your screws in the V-slots.
Put your screws in the V-slots.
Oh, you're screwy, all right. Kent joined us as well.
That's why. I'm stupid.
You want the M3x10s for that.
Yeah, not the socket.
M4s.
The M4s, yeah. No.
David Randolph, welcome. Not a race, because if it was,
It's not
Jordan's
fair.
doing a 100-meter dash, and I did a 3-step.
Yeah. If it's a race, Bob cheated.
Correct. Which is what Bob does.
And again, because this is not Jordan's first rodeo,
We're going to go ahead and attach those cables now.
we're going to attach those cables now. We know red's on one side. We know forks go up. We know.
See, Chris, that's why it's not a race. It wasn't set up against you. Whale, the goal is to come up with your own time it's going to take him. Put that on Chris's Twitter in a response to his poll and win a roll of Jesse Filament, because Chris decided to sponsor that.
Because although I am not capable of receiving Jesse Filament, I truly support Jesse Filament and wish I had all of it. And I hate you people for being able to buy it. And I really don't like that Whale doesn't have it when Whale could buy it.
Easily.
And should buy it. Because Whale, who runs a whaling operation,
Being over on the east of the coasts, could get it quickly.
yeah, and could have his colors that he so requires.
Well, I mean, one of the colors is blue whale gray. It's got whale right in the name.
Yeah. Both ends of the cable are the same. Use any side. Thank you. That goes there. See, like, look, this is a much more civilized step right here. Come on.
Now you can use those M4s you were so anxious to grab a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
Whale, don't you give me that. We talked about this.
Yeah, well, for your operation, you should be using Jesse PLA. It's price, it's quality, it's available, it's consistent. See, for Whale runs printing operations, a business, and consistency in color is
At value in price.
Well, no, let's start with consistency in color, because that's the first key element of a successful print operation. Any kind of printing business you're going to run, the color you print off for me needs to be the color you print off for everybody.
Okay.
Now, if you can then take and find that color at the availability and the price that our good friend Dave Randolph is providing, well, you'd be a fool.
I do need more ice colors. That's
No, man. I need the. Quite honestly, if it was a case of somebody said to me, Jordan, pick Jesse filaments that are coming your way, I would choose glitter. Glitter, 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 glitter.
No, I'm a sucker for the ice filaments.
I'm a sucker for the glitters.
I think the next one needs to be a good white ice, if that's even possible.
Whew. Oh, starting to cramp up a little here.
Well, we have been at it for almost 4.5 hours.
Yeah, and we're running into the home gate.
We're
here.
on step 7. It's not far off.
Sorry, I just can't. I can't.
Next step is Eincy.
Eeny, Einsy, Miny, Mo. Yeah, like industrial runoff, slime green. Like, these are colors that make you go, yeah.
Slime green's okay. That purple ice, being able to see that gyroid infill through it with just natural lighting just sets it off, gives it oomph.
All right. Now then. Is there no little baggie for the electronics case? That's got to be in the INC board section.
Chris, if you're going to call me an old man, I'm going to tell you to get off my lawn.
Oh. Look, I'm telling you, there's just something about sparkles and glitters.
They are nice. I'm not a big fan of green, so
you gotta find a reason to embrace the green.
I mean, okay, I am printing in the Alien News right now, so
Holy crap, this is a mess. Trying to make it workable for me, but half visible for other people.
it's tough. Dave's going to do secret upgrades to his filament line over the next few months to make it even better. I am on board.
Is that secret upgrade to the filament line, Dave, shipping to Canada?
It's a secret.
Because I mean, I'm not one of
the
the people that says I have to get it for free. I just have to be able to get it. Because it's just not fair.
So, in the chat, in his own words, Canada is another project on his timeline.
It's true. I know there's been discussions of Canada before. All right, so take the INC hinge, and this is the smaller of the hinges, and it goes on the bottom, right, like yay. Right, no, down here. I always get screwed up at this spot because there's extra holes for threaded stuff from like days
prior.
past.
Yep.
Later, Mike. Enjoy your spawn VRing. And then we put the door. Then we put the door. Now I will very likely...
Llama, that's not a half bad idea. It's not half good either, but it's not half bad.
Look, I mean, I can operate Canada Post just like as well as anybody else can. Now it needs me to wrap the x-axis. That's great.
Monkey Solid does sound like banana turds.
Yeah, but Chris, you'd print with it.
Damn right. See, they still haven't updated these instructions.
What instructions? What are we talking about? What's the problem?
It was a conversation in a different group a while ago. Why do the instructions still reference using a pi 0 on this board?
When it is not physically capable of doing it anymore.
Correct.
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, see, this is the smaller cable.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one where the fingers are not.
That's just a nice slip it down the.
That being said, though, a little Allen key
Makes all the difference.
goes a long way. Get.
Now let's not go starting things here. Step 7 of 45.
What?
Within this final chapter, wrapping the sleeve is step 7.
Yeah. It's also a bullshit
45.
step.
Gluing the silver label. What?
Huh?
Really? That's
What?
interesting.
It's not on my frame.
It must be in your package there.
You're in my package.
That's like step 43, so
What was it? Is it in the Einstein case?
we'll get there.
No, I'm getting there now. Where's my sticker? Oh. You know what this is?
No.
Yeah, I know what this is. This is anti-fraud system implementation.
Really?
Because you can't just buy the frame and say it's a legit Prusa product anymore and sell your clone as a Prusa.
I think it's probably because they do sell frames, I believe, on the site. You can buy the frame and it would not have that sticker.
And
so
this sticker is
why-
now keyed to the Einstein board, which probably saves a step in packaging management.
It may have been before as well.
And
This-
whoever
Yeah.
opens this to test it applies it.
Yeah, so just save that work. Make the end user do it.
Right. And that's fine. I think it's a multi-part. And I
Also,
like multi-parts.
Doing that allows me to save that sticker elsewhere if I'm going to do something silly like upgrade the frame.
Right. To say, for example, a bear frame. Oy. Now, I'm not sure I'm going to wire the electronics and start this thing up right now.
Really?
I don't know. I'm going to probably, at the very least, there's going to be an intermission so that I can go see my...
Kit says for me to stop distracting you and having interesting discussion because I'm dragging out the clock. Listen, I didn't vote, so I got no dog in the fight.
I don't approve of dog fights, by the way.
Okay.
Now, it does sound as though peace is in my land upstairs, and with that in mind, I can keep going. Basically, the entirety of this build is dependent upon my loving and amazing wife. The WoW stick, it's a thing.
Speaking of interesting distractions,
Don't tell me about it, Bob. I can't be distracted. Kid's gonna yell at me again.
my mini kit came with zip ties.
Yeah. And you're like, what am I using these for?
These aren't part of the assembly.
Nope.
So
This is delightful.
I think at one day in the early, maybe even early Mendel stages, Joseph got a truck container full of zip ties.
And he's just like, I will get rid of these come hell or high water. Yeah, I can see that. And, much like when Dave has too much filament to pack, sometimes he'll just use airheads as packing material. But I'm not sure why Joe's not using zip tie packages as packaging buffer.
Chris Galata, yes, we did clean and relube the bearings.
Yeah. I still have a soup pot.
Yummy.
Look at that. It's just milky white IPA that's, I guess, evaporating. I don't know.
I do not suggest lighting it on fire.
No. All right. Einstein time.
As entertaining as it is, ends badly.
Einstein time. Here comes the Einstein board.
You're actually not far off from the finish line.
I know. That's kind of why I'm like, maybe I'll keep going. Like, there's a certain amount of things that if I had to make my own little toolkit, I would add. Ball head screwdrivers, although I really wish this had a full-size handle.
Sure.
And I'm in the process of finding a set that has that. I've been told that a lot of RC.
Yeah, I told you that.
Yeah, well, Ben mentioned it too. That RC car things and whatnot have.
That's where I got my first set of Bond House drivers from.
Okay.
And Ryan Thorpe brings up the next thing I was going to mention. In one of their future redesigns, it would be really nice if they would flip the electronics door to the outside.
Sure. I could see that.
I'm sure they've got their reasons, but I still don't like it.
It would be nice to be able to just work on it here.
Sure, on the
Right,
farm, there's
like-
not room between printers, but it wouldn't take up any more room. It would just, when you yank it out for service, you'd be able to get to it easier.
Right. As opposed to this way, where you're dealing with getting, yeah, I see that. I'm on board.
It wouldn't be a huge improvement, but it would be an improvement.
And let's be honest, any kind of improvement is a good kind of improvement.
Well, that's the world we live in these days, right?
Always be improving.
You've messed up a little bit, Jordan.
Uh-oh, what'd I do?
You don't want to tighten those screws down yet. They just slip over a couple of notches.
Okay.
You need to plug in your X-axis first because it clips through the side.
Son of a biscuit. Right. There.
That plugs into the top port on the board. So make sure you got enough slack there.
Well, let's do it this way. Top port, top port. Top port. I forgot what that hole was for until just now.
That is a big Einstein case.
Oh, is there a remixed Prusa printers
There is,
case?
but man, is it ever huge. I do like the wire management that's built into it, though.
Yep. Here's the other reason why right now, even if I get this wired up, I can't turn it on.
You don't have anywhere to put it.
There's no, I got a desk right here. There's no electrical outlets in this corner.
Again, nowhere to put it.
I'm running an extension cord to my laptop.
Yeah.
And my
No, it needs to go into its home on the shelf in the office.
home on the range. Okay. Now we start hip-tying things.
See, Sergio, I made the mistake and missed an error earlier. I have to pay attention. That's what I'm here for.
Is it?
That's what I was told.
Oh. Is it?
No.
Oh.
Cable management part 1. These are some fiddly pictures to keep track of.
What? Listen, you silly thing. Also, the snugness by which they route their wiring sometimes makes me go,
Mm-hmm.
My chair's making noise. Wires go in the hole. Good, thank you.
Brian Thorpe, yes, this one does have the new Y rod holders and the new bearing clips and the super pinda.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should just call it Pinda V3 because Super Pinda makes it sound either very large or radioactive.
Oh. Okay, so you want the wires to go over that notch, and these to go over the wires. Oh, you silly. Sorry, I have like a shit angle on this right now. It's just
Well, some things you just can't get a good angle on for the camera.
there. That's better.
I mean, we could always just do that. And then we can say things like, well, that's what it looks like when a mini prints.
Whew.
I know, that was a low blow, but it needed to happen.
It was a blow low. And now, what does it want me to do? Bring all these wires. Jesus. So many wires, Bob. What is it trying to do now?
That's a much better view than the prior one.
Slide the zip tie through the circular hole. Okay. Well, that's a good thing that's IPA. We're going to wait for a minute on that. When I just dip the extruder wires into the IPA bucket.
Oh,
Whatever. Don't judge me.
no judgment.
See, and here's my favorite trick. I don't put the zip ties tight yet because then I can move wires through, and then in a case like
Yeah, absolutely.
Y-axis, now I can thread it through to match the rest of it when it wasn't kind of there, kind of through there. And now you want to use more zip ties through here. And yet again, you're going this way. And I think now everything goes up this way.
Whale says for me to
One of the
do
worst
something.
parts of wire management is when you...
Really, Whale? You want me to do something? Should I build a bear?
Do you want to build a snowman?
Because I'm thinking.
I told you to start building the bear frame in earlier, and you're like, nah.
Yeah, I got to pull up the instructions and print parts, and it's a whole thing. But
But the frame doesn't use printed parts, right? It's
correct, but it's pulling up the instructions and keeping track of everything that's going on.
yeah. I'll be your wingman for that one.
Nobody's angry, Whale.
I'm angry.
And Ryan Bob does not dance.
Dancing Bob. Was that an option?
No. As a matter of fact, it is not.
Oh.
Yes, Chris Travis, there is not enough bourbon for that.
Also, when using flush cutters to cut zip ties, you don't end up with the finger tearing daggers.
Correct.
All right, there we go. One
Wires managed.
routed managed wire bundle.
So now I suppose we're up to step 21.
Now I suppose we are up to step 21.
Connect all the things.
Again, agreed. It would be really nice if they just did it differently where you don't have all the wiring to do on the inside of the printer.
Yeah, I think just not having to reach past or look past that power supply, you can just turn the thing that 90 degrees and just plug stuff straight in.
Why can't I just do it here?
Yeah. Nothing in the way. I'm sure there are downsides to doing it that way, but I don't know what they are.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't. Same as I've also said that the Einstein case could stand to be 20, 30 millimeters bigger than it really is.
I don't know that that's necessary. I kind of like keeping it as small as possible.
Yeah, sure.
The big one that Chris linked earlier is actually called Big Einstein case. It opens to the outside and provides additional channels for the wire management to give the neatness that you're looking for in a bigger case.
All right.
All right, we got our heat bed all plugged in.
Nope.
Oh,
I have to move wires out of my way.
yes.
So I'm tucking them under the axis to get them out of the way, because now, of course, the heat bed wire is in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm bringing up the power wires.
Well, believe it or not, we are not at the stage of plugging in the heat bed yet.
We are at step 23, PSU and heat bed wires. So we need to go red, black, red, black, red, black. Shocker.
PSU, PSU, and then bed. I know what I need to do. I'm going to need to print some more extruder indicators.
You know what I never did on the other on mine? Extruder indicators.
I know, but everybody seems to love this hamster wheel one that I've got.
I know, I do like that one.
So I'm going to have to print a few more.
There. That just saved me minutes of my life. And when you're only got minutes left in your life, minutes are important. The other nice part is having done terminal strips on I don't even know how many hundreds, thousands of strips I've screwed with working at HVAC, because there's a lot of these things in the HVAC industry.
There sure are.
I know how tight to make it.
Llama says that Fun King pranked his kid for Christmas, painted an old Dell bright pink and put Barbie doll stickers on it for a gift.
Oh, I guess we're at the stage where I get to take a couple screws and close up the Prusa side.
Yep, step 26. Just double check your wiring real quick. Red, red, black, black.
Red, red, black, black.
Power panic cable plugged in.
Yep.
Oh, they added more cable management steps in this set of instructions than what we've had in the past. Interesting.
Is that so?
Yep, step 28. M3 by 10s and the holes are quite deep is the note on step 27 that you're on.
Yeah. Also, lining it up is a pain.
If you remove the wires, it will not work wirelessly.
There we go. That is also a part that I did not reprint. Oh, no, maybe I did reprint it for my other printer.
It's a tough one to see.
I might have done it anyways because I got flack.
But that's possible. I think that was the INC case that was a thing on.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. See, I do that anyways, that extra zip tie.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here. Oh, what are you stuck to? Now I bring in this Medusa.
Dave, we are not done yet.
Dave, not you too, man. First is no filament, now it's slack. Like,
If we weren't so close to the end of the assembly, which by the way does not mean the end of the contest was stated very clearly, time to first print.
yeah. And is it not time to first print? And what is the first print? I thought that was part of it.
No, that was a question, but the contest was time to first print.
Aha. And I will be very forthcoming with Chris. I will tell him exactly when the print has started.
Of course, we didn't bother to tell anybody that that's not where the printer is going to be printing from.
And Jordan hasn't entered the contest yet. Oi!
Yeah, Kit, your 5 hours, 15 minutes, I don't think is going to be an accurate number.
I don't even know how long you've been streaming for. 5 hours.
5 hours, 4 minutes.
You know what? Kit might be ready. Like, Kit might be on the when the printer is like assembled.
10 minutes to do the rest of the wiring is a bit short.
Dude, it's wiring. Come on.
I didn't say much. I said a bit.
Especially because they want me to put the zip ties on everything now and then. No, you wire and then you zip tie. All right.
Stick it in the hole and clamp her down.
They've got, well, I just clamped in the extruder.
Okay. Now you got to connect your LCD. Oof, they must have made those longer. What is this nonsense? Guide the LCD cables like this. Push them behind the nylon filament. Interesting. They must have lengthened those cables a bit.
Oh, dude, they're super long.
Typical build is 6 hours, taking your time. From the guy that's built a dozen of them, I'm going to believe him.
Oy vey. I gotta jump back. I need a... Because you see here they're actually missing something here.
What's that?
Oh. No, it's all there. So PSU wires, PSU final check, put that thing on, okay. And then step 28 cable management. Step 29 wrap the tie bundle.
Mm-hmm.
And see, they've got you. Oh, see, they don't have a very clear picture of step 33, the motor cables.
Correct.
Like
They actually
realistically,
in the online version, they actually have 3 pictures.
because I have X.
X is connected already.
E is the bottom one, right? Yes.
You need the Y.
So it goes Y.
Y goes in the next one from X.
Yeah.
Then both Z's.
Doesn't matter which one.
No.
Oh, they're right there. They're back to back.
They are back to back. And then E at the bottom. And then before you move on from step 33 there, oh, skipped a step. Those should have been plugged in already. LCD cables. We have one with one stripe and one with two stripes.
Yeah.
The one with one stripe goes to the outside of the board. The one with two stripes goes to the inside of the board.
One stripe to the outside,
which is the connector on the right.
Which means I want to plug in number 2 first. Let's see what they're doing here now. They're doing what I did on my first build.
Running them all up the side and around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And adding a zip tie up the side here to
Mm-hmm.
constrain everything.
So before we move on from, we need to plug in that power panic cable.
Power panicked.
Now, what do they have additional zip ties here inside the case
Yeah.
for wire management. Interesting.
And they actually have you route the heat bed cables down a certain way. And what do they want? Another zip tie up top there?
Yeah, they got two of them there. One at the top, on the top, and one on the top on the side.
Yeah, I got that. Oh, I see what they did. They're saying route.
So you're on the hot end?
We're just going to ignore that. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Totally fine.
They want you to run the
They want you to
screen
run
cables up the side of the motors.
Yeah. Between the case and motor connections, and then up underneath that piece of nylon for the extruder bundle, and then back down and over.
Look, they all fit. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Although the extruder needs to be plugged in. All right, heated bed wire, or heated thermistor heater cartridge wire.
Yep, hot end cable management part 1. I think you're on step 35.
Kind of. I'm on step. Yep. Hot bed wire go through. Hot bed wire go through. Hot bed wire go.
Oh, you're skipping the extruder wiring and going to the hot bed.
In. I'll be honest with you, Bob, at this point, we're just plugging stuff in.
Well, it's funny because that's hot end cable management. Connecting the LCD. Yeah, you've got all that stuff done. Where's the thermistor for the
heated bed? They just assume you plugged in at some point.
No, they did that in the power stuff. For the power for it, it's the thermistor for it that I don't see.
They just assume you did that. In step 36, they're just like, yep, the green one goes there. Thanks. And then you're
Yep, heat bed thermistor. It's actually the first bullet point on step 36.
and you're skipping. They want the thermistor routed through this loop-de-loop as well. And then we skip one, knit one, purl one. Good.
Boy, that is a nightmare for unbundling to do things in the future.
Mm-hmm. Filament sensor. You run down, you go in with
Bottom row, white on the left.
Well, with that little orange dealie in, you can only put it in. Oh, bottom row.
Yeah. It'll
Bottom
go
row.
in
Got it.
either
It'll go
row.
in both. Yeah, it'll go in
In
both.
either direction.
Okay. PWM fan. You are far side. Far side there. Print fan.
Is next to your filament sensor.
Super Pinda.
Above your heat bed cable. Not heat bed cable. Screen.
Yep. Right under the zip tie. That's great.
Mhm.
Okay.
You got your thermistor for the extruder.
Yeah. I think I can start to just tuck these wires up and
we talked about your thermistor for the bed. You got your hot end heater plugged in.
Yep.
Hot end fan cable.
Oh, I lost a screen cable. That's good.
Step 37 is to verify all your connections once more.
Step 30 right now is to ram everything in.
Well, that would be step 38. You need an M3 by 40 screw, close it, make sure nothing's pinched. Wind her down.
Give those a little bit more slack.
And you already put the feet in, right?
The feet, yeah, it's part. Like I love how that is part of the steps when it is
It's part of the steps twice.
Yeah.
Are you going to use the spool holder that comes with it?
Probably not.
Okay. Then you get to skip a couple of steps.
Ugh.
You're on step 43, boss.
Yeah, we're gonna skip putting the sticker on right now as well.
Well then, guess what?
We're at step pre-flight check.
Correct.
Which means we need power.
Correct. So we are at the point where that printer needs to go to its home in order to continue.
Laptop will provide enough power to run for a short period of time if I unplug it.
Okay.
And then I would be able to fire up. Fire it up. Wiring is not that tedious as long as you just know what you're doing.
Or follow the directions.
Or ram jam it in there and just smells funny.
Yeah, well, it's been in the socket.
All right. Oh, I lost Bob. There goes Bob. But what about Bob? There's Bob.
Things happen.
Yeah. All right. What about that? What about unplugging the laptop? Printer is plugged in. And power. Original Prusa research. All right. Move the extruder. Yeah, hit Holmes. That's fine. Wow. It homes the screws right against the threaded rod.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it did that. I wasn't paying attention.
You're going to need to, yeah, set that pinda first.
Yeah.
With the printer off and not plugged in.
Sorry, Kit. Time's passed. Okay. All right, so we're going to bring this right down and we're going to crash the bed.
Why, yes, we are.
Crashed. And now we're going to check it from the other side.
I don't know that you overestimated his abilities. I think you underestimated our ability to BS.
Touching. Now what we're going to do. Okay. Move the extruder to the center. By the way, this is an easy way to scratch the shit out of your heated bed.
Correct?
We're going to slide it forward to about the middle. And we're going to stick a zip tie. And then we're going to stick the zip tie flush and push our stupor pin to.
I like how on the Mark III, the unit of measurement is a zip tie. On the Mini, when you go into the troubleshooting steps, the unit of measure is a credit card.
Yeah. You know what I set mine up as on the Mini?
Nothing, I left it at factory.
Zip tie. A zip tie has been pulled.
Now go find a model and print it.
Well, now I have to turn it on
Not,
and let it
that's
and
not,
home it.
that's step 3 of pre-flight. Correct height is now set. Step 4, go to the quick guide. Step 3, find a model.
I know. Well,
It's silly.
yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the end of the instructions.
Yeah, no, it's literally, there's no turn it on now. There's no.
Run through the self-test, do the...
Well, it is in the, it now says go to the
Yeah.
Go to the start
Is Chris still in the
handbook.
We have a question that it's going to need to be answered.
So what's up?
Well, Chris is running a contest, right? To first print,
Yes.
first specific object printed, or first time plastic is extruded. Because first layer calibration is a thing.
Insert the filament into the extruder and then press the knob.
First actual G code, he says.
Sensor verified, remove the filament.
Just to be clear, so that the rules are established before the...
Extruder fan, okay. Print fan.
Print fan should not be spinning.
Print fan is now currently spinning.
There you go.
Fan test, left hot end fan spinning. Not spinning. Front fan spinning. This is going to resonate real bad, by the way.
Maybe.
Just the table. Oh, the table. Right now we're going left to right.
So far, it's okay. We can hear the clicks pretty good.
Self-test error.
Correct. Your fans are plugging backwards.
No. Please check axis length, axis X. What?
Check those zip ties on the back of your extruder bundle and make sure that the nubs are in the right position. They should be on the top and the bottom of the cable bundle and not binding up on the sides.
Maybe that's what it is. Self-test failed. Well, that's great. Give me a new. By rebooting the printer.
Reset button on the front, dude.
Oh, yeah, I guess that works too.
Is there a piece of kryptonite near the Super Pinda?
The other thing to check here is to make sure that my bundle is snug and not overhanging.
Mm-hmm.
Smart test. Take 2. Got a lube cleanup to do as well here. Oh, jumping. That's going to be a thing for a while.
Yes. I'm not really sure it ever goes away.
There we go. X okay. So I must have just had a zip tie a little bit.
Just a little bit in the wrong way. And
Just a hair.
the paid versions of Fusion have that built in as well.
Oof. The resonance, man, is...
It's not so bad in the microphone. So you can hear, but it's not.
Now as it beats itself up.
Correct. Normal.
Checking bed. X okay, Y okay, Z okay. Bed warming up.
Price, it didn't come up. Oh, we haven't done that test yet.
I did leave a little bit extra of a loop for my stepper that hangs.
Yeah,
in a
that's
little
fine.
here. It's got a nib. The bed is warm. What's Chris saying here about squeeze too hard, lube everywhere?
He's got it all over his face.
Oh. Yeah, I've really had a concern when squeezing the life out of this tube that I'm like, please don't explode printed part, please don't explode printed part, please don't explode printed part.
What is much more likely, because of the way that they load those tubes with lubricant, is that bottom crimped seal, that heat seal at the bottom of the tube, will blow out.
Bed okay, hot end heating. Hot end fan kicked on.
At some point, we should have we've tested your axes and they're perpendicular.
All correct. I will run XYZ calibration. It will take approximately 12 minutes.
There you go.
I love how it says, please clean the nozzle for calibration.
That way, when you run it in the future, it's a reminder to do it.
Is the steel sheet on the heat bed?
No.
Place a sheet of paper under the nozzle during calibration.
Correct.
Of the... Oh, if it catches... Son of a biscuit.
Hey, that appendix that came in the instructions?
Yeah, is all crinkled. One of my son's artwork of Among Us that he has no idea. So he's got an imposter. I don't know if you see this, Bob. Got imposter, crewmate. Smart kid. Calibration failed. Check the axes and run again.
What? Did you say no to the bed thing?
I did. Calibration. Calibrate XYZ. It never ran itself up to the top.
No, it didn't.
Like I didn't choose. Like I'm not. That's not me. Because I know that's part of the steps.
What's it making you pick now that the bed's not there?
Well, now it's calibrated its Z height. Now it should just continue on. And I remember Will had this problem too, is that it wouldn't pass in the setup, but when he went into Wizard and did it, it did.
Is your hot end seated fully into the extruder assembly?
Searching bed for calibration point 1 of 4.
That normally takes a while.
Well, and it's not like the paper isn't catching, so that's good.
Correct. Which
It sounds angry, man. Jeez, I don't remember doing this step.
you don't?
I just don't remember.
Oh, I've done it a few times.
Just everything's very aggressive with its steps.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't help that I'm on a echoey table.
And Chris, yes, we triple checked that when we were building the assembly, the extruder.
Yes. But I don't know if you just noticed, Chris, so I went through the first steps and it didn't square out the gantry.
They increase current
Before.
during this step, which is probably why it sounds so angry.
Oh, that too, yeah. Can you hear that?
Very little of it, but yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's angry. And for the record, anyone looking, look, no bald spot. Look, none. I choose to shave my head. Okay, searching for calibration point dose. Oof. So angry. Like the MK3 is not a quiet printer to begin with.
Correct?
It is quieter than a A4988. But yeah, this is aggressive. But like Chris says, if they increase the current during the steps, then what's nice is if as long as this doesn't catch the paper, I can return the paper to my kid's pile of papers.
Correct. And they'll never know. It's like we were never here.
I love how it's doing little X's. It's like, doot, 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 doot. Okay, yeah, we're finding it.
Bearings on rods are resonance factories.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna flip the paper upside down. I don't want it to catch on the hole of the 3-hole paper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chris, add to that a IKEA lacked desk. So not just a lack table, it's a desk.
You crazy Canadians in your IKEA.
I don't Canadian IKEAs.
If you hook it up to Pronterface and watch the readout live during this process, it shows you the point it's looking for. Interesting.
Huh. I don't know that I can do that because according to the instructions, I'm not supposed to have a USB cable on it just yet. But what I do is right now it's doing a it's drawing an X.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, found it.
Right in the middle where it's supposed to be.
Well, that's the other part of this is are you where you're supposed to be?
Firmware released yesterday has new XYZ calibration.
Yeah.
That firmware was a relief candidate and not full build.
Yeah, I don't do RCs on my printers. I don't mind it for the slicer. But
well, you always have the full-on slicer to fall back to with a mouse click. It's not flashing firmware.
right. So much lube. Chris, don't start.
I get it. But not everybody has to be on the bleeding edge of everything.
You know what happens when you're on the bleeding edge?
You fail.
You bleed.
I wonder if that's why they call it that.
I don't know. Searching for bed calibration 0.4 of 4.
You can yoink that paper out now.
Return to the pile thusly. Now you're gonna what? Gonna ramrod the top again? Oh no. Place steel sheet on heat bed. Well, I have a textured sheet.
That's still steel.
Because I am not testing this with the satin sheet. That's not happening.
Don't forget to get your fingerprints all over that thing.
Don't worry, I will. Not. Gimme.
Oh, that's a problem.
Oh, so nice.
Now it's going to come up and say, load filament.
I don't want to load filament. Measuring reference point 1 of 9. So this is this part of the steps that I think is what, when people talk about the additional cost of Prusas, this is it right here.
This initial testing and
part of it is
tutorial.
You are not left on your own
to figure out.
You built the printer. Great.
Good luck with that. Move on.
Yeah, it's not like they just say, here's your printer and yeet. XYZ calibration okay. XY axes are perpendicar. Congratulations. Perfect. Self-test okay is what it says on the screen. Calibration. So literally the only thing that's left here is
first layer,
which is going to happen in the print cave.
First layer followed by print.
First layered followed by print. That's going to happen at another time. I think thus concludes our 5-hour and 43-minute build of a Prusa MK3s Plus. The plus is for special. I have to clean the build plate. I have to get filament. I have to clean up all of this because heaven forbid the kids don't have their area to color.
Uh-oh. You're getting objections.
Oh, I'm getting objections? Who's objecting? What's objections?
The guy with the stuff in the thing.
Cox?
You must start a print.
I must start a print. I think he's trying to...
Put an end to this.
No. Keep it going. And by the way, these are the tools that you get with it. You do get all the Allen keys needed, a screwdriver. You get everything you need to put the thing together. I just chose not to use any of it. You also get a box or a container of glue stick for when you're using your PETG on your thing.
Very special check glue.
Very, very special. You get a container of Prusa Research lube, which you're supposed to use during maintenance on the bearings. We skipped that stage. Surface cleaning wipe and an acupuncture needle.
Hey, those look like this.
USB cable. Again, zip ties as part of the installation, which I had extras. You also receive a bag of spare parts, including spare magnets, a spare ball,
spare screws, spare nuts.
Bunch of spare screws and spare nuts, an extra palm nut, a grub screw.
Should be an extra PTFE in there as well.
Yes, there's 2 extra PTFEs in there. So if you need to change the PTFE, this isn't all metal hot end, but it does have PTFE running down to it. I'm going to be tucking a bunch of this stuff back away in a box to land on a shelf, never to be seen from or heard from again.
Correct.
Including, the other thing you get is they actually test every component in the system.
They do.
Prior to putting it in the box. They just they have a bench tester where they plug everything in, everything moves. Yes. Is that Chinese or Vietnamese acupuncture needle?
Mine just says Asia Med.
Acupuncture needle. Asia Med. Asia Med. Google Asia Med, find your answer. Bags, boxes. The only plastic parts left, which are not actually printed, is the spool holder. That is an injection molded device which clips onto the top of the frame, but I will not be using that for this endeavor at this time. Thank you for flying Air Monkey.
What's the official time now? I'm going to say 5 hours, 46 minutes.
Right, I would have started the print by now. I'm not going to, but I would have. And with that, we have built a printer. I think that's a very respectable time.
I agree.
And then I will let Chris know when I start a print. I think, you know what? I think we would call it 5 hours, 46 minutes, because I may not start a print for another few hours. Or I'm going to go eat dinner, see my kids.
Dinner, you got to clean off the shelf where it's going to go, put it in its place.
Yeah. But I think from an official timekeeping standpoint, in order for contest winnings, 5 hours, 46 minutes, a print would have started from the included G code. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And on this key time, Bob has now had dinner delivered.
Lunch.
Right. Bob's that kind of person that lives in the West Coast time zone where it's
West
lunch.
Coast, Best Coast.
I know, guys, no print. I'm sorry. It's got to deal with it.
To be fair, the people doing the work and the guy making up the game had no prior communication of what was going to happen.
He didn't know that this is not its home. This is a temporary location adjacent to its home.
And he's chosen a winner.
Oh, we have a winner.
Shane at Tech TV Rocks was closest.
Delightful. Congratulations, Shane. I hope you enjoy the filament, of which I cannot have. Oh. This was good.
It was
I have
productive.
I have an extra zip tie. I need to use it on something.
Hair tie.
Good.
Well, you've got a Mark III to go find a home for and have some supper.
Yep. 5 hours, 46 minutes. I think that's new
That's a
personal
respectable
best.
goal.
New personal best. And with that, don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Affiliate links in the description, lttstore.com. Is that how it works?
I think you can skip that last one.
Okay, yeah, great. Good night, everybody. Thanks
night,
for
Internet.
hanging out with us.